It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sounds like Shona Knife. Never think about what I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you pitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. And do the things you do, stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose cross stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us as Star-Spangled Banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
drinking bottles night before my friends is all the way. When I'm ahead, I see the crowd and flashing through the lights. I'd rather see the crowd and have some.
Good morning. We are just after 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Broadcasting live from our Deep End Studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, here in the United States of America. This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. We are in season number 4, NFL Week 11 already. Thanksgiving on deck coming up soon. And we are here to have a fantastic Sunday, hopefully, coming off a nice winning weekend last weekend. I think I cashed 3 different tickets, went over much of the plays on the show, and that's what we'll do again this afternoon. The Ant-Man continues to be on fire. He's only lost one of these NFL weeks just a couple of weeks back. He cashed home last week again as well. Dave Dolgrande has been on fire with his picks. Nephew Dave's hanging in with some decent stuff as well. So we have a busy morning. Here's what we do. First off, right off the bat, we'll get you updated with the current lines and the weather. Back in the day when I'd wake up early and go to work and start to put my mind to what we want to play for today, weather is always the number one question you want to answer when you wake up. So we'll do the fresh lines and the weather to kick us off here in just a second. After that, we will bring in our man Dave Dolgrande. In fact, we're going to have a Thanksgiving special conversation with him. I didn't realize, I knew he was somewhat of the pioneer of fantasy football, but for all intents and purposes in the 80s, he basically invented it. Fantasy football was invented in the early 60s, but he nurtured it to its growth to where it is today. And so fortunate to have him on our program. We'll come up with the best props to play with him. Of course, if he's been doing fantasy since the 80s and is one of the godfathers of it, then his prop information is invaluable, and his picks have been red hot as well. So we'll pipe in Dave Dolgrande. He comes to us from Castro Valley, California. He is with Field Level Media. He covers the Golden State Warriors, Cal Berkeley, the Bears. He covers basically everything. He's been doing this forever. Mr. Fantasy himself, writes for Deadspin. So we'll pipe him in here in just a few minutes. Then we'll bring in Nephew Dave and the Ant-Man, and we'll go through all the games, angle by angle, trying to invest the minimum to make the maximum. Why are we going to go to the 7-Eleven and try to play a $10 scratcher and hopes to win $20 or $50? Why would we do that when we can take that same $10, find 3 or 4 touchdown scores, 2 touchdown scores, quarterback rushers, running back receivers, whatever the case may be. Take that $10 and turn it into $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, whatever the case may be there. Now, I see we have a bunch of new viewers, and you might be a little skeptical from everything that you've been hearing so far, but think about it. It's simple math, and you hear all these gambling programs give you much disdain about how you should not play parlays. Meanwhile, they're playing teasers left and right, and how you should never do parlays, how they're so bad for you. Well, if we can find 4 things that we like and adjust the numbers odd-wise, and there are blowouts on the board, either with a prop number or a game number or whatever subject we want to tackle. If you look at the full board of betting, you'll find 3 or 4 things that you love where you can move the number around a little bit, get good plus money, and then if you can make, maybe even 3 of the 4 happen, you'll get a nice little payday. But if you can just make 4 of the 4 happen, or even 5 of the 5 happen, then you're going to hit a nice jackpot. And let's say you turn $10 into $4,000. So yeah, all right, you got a nice $4,000 win. How many of those bets can you lose before you end up into the negative? You can lose 400 times. Okay. You can lose 400 times before you're in the negative. Do you think we're going to lose? We already talked about how we win every other week. So, in you're the case of the Ant-Man every week. So, do you think you're going to win within those 400 times? Yes, absolutely. So that's what can make sports betting profitable at the end of the day, is to do these minimal investment parlays and get big payouts. And that is what we will tackle all morning long with enthusiasm and excitement, as I love doing this show. I mean, even with me, myself, I mean, it's just good for me to do this show because I find stuff that I end up liking and things I can note down that, even if I think I have enough plays, stick in another extra couple of tickets or be ready to fire on some live lines later on this afternoon. All right, so let's make some money today, and we'll go through the whole gamut of stuff. Any main headlines I want to discuss? I really haven't done a monologue in a while. Yeah, it's just been kind of soaking in college football, which is much more boring to me than NFL football. So nice little winner yesterday, actually. I think I posted that ticket on our Instagram story. With let's see, USC, Penn State. Thank you, Penn State, for that long run and not trying to fall down and run the clock out at the end of that game. And East Carolina, my Pirates get home for me. They've been a fun team to root for all season long as well. So nice little college 3-game winner. Feeling pretty good going into this morning. We do have TreVeyon Henderson, all right, sitting on some round robins already. So we banged him home with 2 touchdowns on Thursday night. And we await the next step, which is mainly going to be Achane this morning, as we do have a morning game from Madrid, and we will be away in Barcelona or Madrid. I think we're in Madrid this morning with the Commanders and the Dolphins. And I'll be rooting for Achane for 2 touchdowns in that game. I do have a pick for that. So let me just get that out, and I'll post that on the screen as well. But I just did a profit boost of anytime touchdown scorers, and I'm just going to keep it simple. We're going to take Achane for 1. We're going to take Waddle for the other. They both have been on fire, and I'll go ahead and throw in Krosky Merritt for the Commanders. So those 3 guys with the profit boost pay, I think, 13-1, 14-1, somewhere in that range. Anytime touchdown. I don't know how Achane doesn't get 1. That's for sure. So my question mark would be Krosky Merritt. Does he get counterfeited by Rodriguez? The lines tell you that he will. Rodriguez is a better favorite, but we have a hunch Krosky Merritt still is the go-to guy at running back in that offense. We do have the insider information on the Commanders here with Nephew Dave, and Del Grande insists it will not be Rodriguez either. So Krosky Merritt, will hope for him to get in, and then it just form holds true with Waddle. He's been as good as anybody. So Jalen Waddle, Krosky Merritt, and Achane all for 1 touchdown. There's your 9:30 a.m. play. 9:30 a.m. play from me. 2-0 last week. How about this? Tyler Algiers, 2 touchdowns, straight up winner, and Tyler Algiers over 20 rushing yards winner. If you recall that from listening last week. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the weather here. Let's see what we have. And we do have some weather issues, I believe, this afternoon, right? Unless we've cleared up a little bit. Hey, it looks like we're going to kind of skate out of some of this stuff we were expecting for the weekend. How about that? Okay. Interesting. Maybe some wind. That might be our biggest nemesis that we see happening. But we are across the seas in Santiago Bernabeu. Is that how you say that? For the game with Washington and Miami. Miami minus 2.5 and 47. I also see 47.5 with the total as well. Let me make sure I'm getting all my fresh lines completely up here, so we're not missing anything. Yeah, 47.5 with the game with the Dolphins and the Commanders. 57 degrees, no chance of precipitation. So
wide open there for points potentially. I know we get some bad scenarios with points on these early games. Last week we got a lot of them with the Colts and the Falcons. Highmark Stadium in Buffalo, 20-mile-per-hour winds, 40 degrees. The Bills and the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers are now a 6-point underdog. Over under 46.5. And I see, 6 and 46.5 on my couple of sites right now. And the Buccaneers notorious for having not playing well in temperatures below 40 degrees. So Bills and Bucks, interesting game there. Acrisure Stadium with the Steelers and the Bengals, 22-mile-per-hour winds. So is that going to affect the passing game with Rodgers and Flacco? 45 degrees, no chance of precipitation there, but windy in Pittsburgh. 5.5 and 48. I see one book. The other book, I see 5.5, 48.5. All right, MetLife Stadium is the site for the Giants and the Packers. The line is the same here, minus 7.5 and 42.5 across the board for the Packers at Jameis Winston and the Giants. 20-mile-per-hour winds there, 50 degrees. Nice crisp fall afternoon if you're heading out to tailgate at some of these places. Make sure you're bundled up. The wind could be a little bit more bitey this time of the year if you're used to all these warmer weather games we've been having. The Vikings and the Bears, -3 for Minnesota, 48 I see. And I also see, I thought I saw well off of 48 on this, right? Now 47.5. I actually see the Vikings down to 2.5 right now. Ooh, some injury concerns perhaps with the Bears as well. We'll get into that. But we'll be indoors mainly there, so no issues. A nice, beautiful day in Jacksonville, 77 degrees at Everbank Stadium. Chargers laying 43.5 in that game. I think I also see a 42.5, if I'm correct. Not 43.5 as well. All right. So Chargers and Jacksonville, beautiful day there. Probably the best weather. Although none of these next places seem to be too bad at all. Even in Denver, we're going to have a nice day. Nissan Stadium with the Tennessee Titans and Houston Texans, -5.5 and 37.5 for Houston is your latest line. I really haven't seen too many line moves of great significance from what, and that's what we're trying to identify really for the last couple of days where the money's really moving. Interesting to see that it's on the Bears a little bit, perhaps. But 5.5 for the Texans, 37.5. 64 degrees there at Nissan Stadium today. We'll be indoors at Atlanta, 72 degrees. 13-mile-per-hour winds at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which does have the open roof. Maybe they do open it. -3.5 for the Falcons, and 42.5 is the line there. Indoors at Arizona with the 49ers and the Cardinals, State Farm Stadium, 71 degrees outside, beautiful day there. Rams in Seattle, low 60s at SoFi Stadium. Great game, -3 for the Rams, 48.5. Outdoors with Baltimore and the Browns. Baltimore, I see now 8.5 in some spots. I see 7.5. I see the over-under going up as well, 38.5 to 39 in some spots. Very windy, 20 miles per hour. These unders that the Browns have had in the 30s have not come to light. They've been an over team as far as that goes. Kansas City is -4 at Denver. I also see 4.5. I also see 45 for a total. I also see 44.5 for a total. So scattered lines there with the Chiefs, excuse me, and the Broncos. 70 degrees at Empower Field at Mile High. cool night in Philly, 14-mile-per-hour winds with the Eagles and the Lions. Detroit catching 2.5, 46.5 for our Sunday night game. And then your bailout game tomorrow night, Dallas minus 3.5 at Vegas, over under 50 at Allegiant Stadium. All right, so where weather looked like we could have some rain in Buffalo and in Pittsburgh and maybe even in Cleveland, it looks like we're going to miss that, but we'll get the wind. So we'll see how the wind does here at some of these places and everything that we're trying to accomplish. I think it helps for sure that the ball is not going to be slick. So wind could provide issues, but maybe where I was thinking we might have a few more underish type of scenarios, we might not be so bad off with the wind or with the lack of precipitation that we see for this afternoon. All right, so that's your weather forecast. Everything looks pretty decent weather-wise. Just those couple of windy spots in Buffalo at MetLife Stadium. Let's see, and Pittsburgh. That is your main ones right there. Everything else below 15 miles an hour. Oh, Cleveland as well later. All right, so those are your hot spots for wind. All right. So what we'll do now is we're right at 7:30. Let's go ahead and cue up our man, Dave Delgrandy. All right. He is a writer for Deadspin, a columnist at Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst at Stat Factor, Mr. Fantasy himself. Let's get some good props and let's try to bang home some winners. So let's see what Dave has. Let's go pick heavy. We'll go through all the games. One piece of off the field news, I was going to ask you about it, and then I decided just to kind of look it up because I haven't heard anything about Brandon Ayuk at all, really. And I see today that he's still pretty much an unknown to come back as of about an hour ago, I think the article was. So still an unknown for Ayuk. Do you think that, I mean, they're just going to make that like a playoff dependent type of thing? Obviously, you're not going to rush him back. It's going to take him his time. Maybe we assumed he'd be back by now. I mean, he kind of like just disappeared completely off my radar. So that's how he popped in my head. But Ayuk, do you think we'll see his face this season at all?
Yes, I do. The Shanahan is asked basically every week about Ayuk, and obviously with Purdy
Pearsall
and
too,
all the other guys. Yeah. And so, and he never really gives you a great answer, but he's pretty honest. And so with Ayuk, because he's going to have, because he's on IR, they'll open a practice window for him. So you have an idea a week or two before he comes back that he's actually close to coming back. Now, they haven't opened that window yet, but the last time, in fact, earlier this week when Shanahan was asked about opening the practice window for him, he said, no, not this week, but maybe next week. And so they do expect him back. And no, I don't think it's going to be one of those things where maybe the last game of the regular season and hope to have him in the playoffs. I think that, and they have a bye still coming up as well.
Right.
And leading into the bye, their schedule is incredibly soft. So if they decide that, you know what, let's not press it, let's play these next 3 games, then go into the bye, that basically could give him a whole nother month before he would come back. I think they play Tennessee at that point, and then they finish up with the Rams and Seattle, and which should be, you know, an important game. So they could play it that way, or they could bring him back at practice next Monday, and I doubt he would play next week, but maybe the week after that, bring him back for 1 game and then go into the bye and then come out of the bye and play those last 3 or 4 games. So to answer your question, I do think he could still be fantasy worthy.
He sits on my bench for sure.
Yeah, coming back for the fantasy playoffs, I certainly expect that to happen.
My team's terrible. But there he is sitting on my bench, and I'm just looking at him. I'm like, is he coming back at all? One other thing, since you just brought it up, and like for a team like the Patriots who've been healthy for the most part all year round, they have the same bye week as San Fran does in week 14. I mean, if your team stays relatively healthy and you have your bye week that late, that's a pretty nice advantage, correct? Or do you think that not matters as much?
Right. I guess there's different ways of looking at that. I think that, ideally, you would schedule your bye right in the middle of the season, kind of like, okay, we're running a marathon. When do you want, to take that? We'll give you an hour off. When would you like to, not an hour, we'll give you a half hour off. When would you like that to be? I think most people would say, you know what, give it to me right at the halfway point.
Right.
Let me go hard for the first half, and then sprint to that halfway finish line,
Right.
then get a break, and then come back in the second half, rather than, I'd like to be fresh at the end, so put it toward the end, and now you're exhausted before you even get to the bye. I don't know. I would just say, give it to me in the middle of the season and not really think too much about it.
All right. Let's go down a list of games. And we talk about AFC West and NFC West as our primary focus. And then we look for the fun games after that. And since we're going to mainly not talk about topics as we admittedly record this conversation a little bit earlier in the week. So anything that we're bound to talk about newsworthiness is bound to be completely different in 3 days. So let's go down the slate of games and we'll see what we can't pick and prod for some of our best bets of the week with Dave Del Grande. Okay, we do have an early morning game coming up here in a bit. Washington Commanders and the Dolphins. This is the last of our European games. But we had a fun one last week, actually, for once. One of the better games of the week. Jonathan Taylor ran for 1 million yards. I think he's starting to make people believe that he should be an MVP candidate. I've heard Sal Palantonio talk about how he knows the voters and, they won't vote for anyone but a quarterback. But he even thinks now that narrative may be changing a bit amongst the voters. And they had a good game with the Falcons last week, with the Colts winning in overtime. But here we go with the Commanders. No Jaden Daniels. He stays home. So Marcus Mariota will get him again. They just got thumped by our Lions. It wasn't pretty. Detroit scored on every possession. Miami is coming up to win against Buffalo. I think a game that shocked many. I don't think it didn't shock you, really. You said that Miami plays Buffalo competitive, and they certainly did. And both these teams make the trip across country. Rematch of Super Bowl 7 and 17, Commanders and Dolphins. So do you like anything in this game?
Well, I think it should be another fun game. Washington, you know them way better than me. They've been incredibly disappointing. I don't know what's happened to their defense. And Miami, one of the things I did say about Miami last week is that, man, they're so incredibly inconsistent that it's really hard to try to predict which team is going to show up. But you know what? The good Miami is starting to show up more often than the bad one. Clearly, last week was their best game of the season. And Washington's defense been so bad that I don't see how Achane doesn't have a big game.
Yeah,
a Taylor type of game in this game. And you think of Achane, or at least when I think of Achane, I think of kind of a frail guy, even like a Gibbs, that you don't want to overuse, especially between the tackles. Get him running outside with his speed, throw him the ball in the flat. But more and more, that seems to be the old Achane. He ran 22 times in that Buffalo game. I would have never guessed he'd ever be that kind of back. he caught 6 passes. I mean, so he became McCaffrey overnight, and that was against Buffalo. Yeah, this is against one of the worst defenses in the league, especially a terrible run defense. Boy, I can see him putting up monster numbers in this game, but at the same time, Miami, I think, is a fraud defensively.
Right.
They turn in some really bad performances sometimes, especially against the run.
Yes.
And Washington, while they're not, Mariota comes in, they don't have the star receiver. Debo's been disappointing. I mean, they just don't have the passing game that they envision. But I still think Merritt to me has a chance to be Achane next year or the year after. I really think he's that good. And I think this could be a real nice situation for him. They got to try to use him a lot if they can. Miami's given up some really big numbers in the running game over the course of the season. And so, I think it could be while I do think there'll be more running in this game than passing, which generally tends to not be the fun way to play, I do think there's going to be, between Achane and Merritt, a lot of high yardage, electric kind of runs in this game that would really, make it fun to watch. So I think both of those guys are worth, investing in.
I have Achane for 2 already, 2 touchdowns. That's at plus 360. So I envision the same thing that you do. Minus 175 is his regular touchdown. 79.5 is his rushing prop. His receiving prop is at 36.5. Always a threat to get that. But you're right. He just is a Gibbs-esque type of player. He really is. Maybe if Gibbs is an A+, Achane is like an A. I don't even want to give him an A-, really.
Yeah, right. Well,
because he's that good. He's running through the tackles, like you said, too.
Right, and Detroit. Detroit's got a lot of weapons, so maybe they can do this. But they recognize that Gibbs is not a 22-run kind of guy. And so, you see him, he gets his 10, 12, 14 runs and 4 or 5 catches. Now, he turns those into big numbers.
Yeah, his volume is ridiculous.
With those, but Achane, I mean, 20 against Buffalo. 22 carries last week, and 79.5 is his projected total. I mean, that he's a breakaway threat. If you told me he was going to get 15 carries in this game, I would say, well, he'll easily go over 79.5, and that's 7 fewer than last week. And so, I don't know, 79.5 to me just sounds remarkably low for the type of game I think this is going to be.
You're getting the Krosky Merritt at 13-1. And when I was looking at a commander angle myself, you almost want to shake Marcus Mariota and say, what are you doing? Or at least Campbell and say, if you run the ball more. That's your only shot is for you to make this offense, 3-dimensional by you running the ball as well. But Miami is atrocious against the run. So I could see where they come in and say, all right, we got to give Merritt the ball and let's let him run it at 8 yards a clip or whatever the case may be. And then maybe we can do a fake handoff to him. And yes, Mariota, you run it around the edge for 20. And then we'll set up Merritt again once we get into the red zone. I could see Merritt and Achane both scoring a couple of times, but maybe Mariota would be a counterfeit down there at the goal line as well.
Well, two things that come right. First off, what's Merritt's rushing number?
Oh yes, Merritt is Always getting ahead of myself here. 33.5. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I would thought, please tell me it's in the 50s. But no, I mean 33.5. I mean, and because you're right. That is the way they have to play this game. Mariota needs to run more, and Mariota needs to be the threat on the outside that opens up some holes in the middle for Merritt. And we've talked about this before. When starting quarterbacks get hurt and the backup comes in, you ideally want the same style of quarterback that you had originally. Well, Washington has done that. This is the same style of quarterback. This guy should be running as much as Daniels ever ran, maybe even more. I mean, he's a bigger guy. And yet they haven't done that for some reason. And it's like Kingsbury has got a little too cute with his passing game and not realizing, your top receiver's not out there. And Debo is not really what you think he's going to be. Why are we throwing the ball? And you don't have your starting quarterback. Why are we throwing the ball so much when we should be running it more, especially against teams like this? So I don't know. Maybe it's wishful thinking, but I think Washington can compete in this game, but they're going to have to do it running the ball. I think that, excuse me, I thought that Achane's rushing figure was very attractive till I just heard Merritt's rushing figure. I think that goes to number one on the list, and Achane goes to number two, and we'll adjust from there.
The one scary thing is I see actually Chris Rodriguez Jr. as a 37.5 for his over-under. So he's actually more than Merritt, but that can't be the case. They're not turning away from Merritt for Rodriguez Jr., right?
No, not when they're both healthy. And in fact, Rodriguez has been the guy who's been banged up. I mean, Merritt, he's made it through this season, pretty much unscathed. Rodriguez has been the guy that's been in and out of the lineup. Maybe this is an indication that they expect him to play more, and that's fine. I don't think Merritt's going to – he's not the kind of guy you're going to hand the ball to 30 times, right? But if you hand it to him 15 and you hand it to Rodriguez 15, which should be the game plan against, this defense, well, if he gets 15 carries in this game, I'll tell you what, he's going over 33.5 yards. He's going over twice that. And so that wouldn't concern me that they will actually split carries in this game. I just think that would mean things are going well.
Yeah, okay. I don't have an alternate number on Merritt yet for his rushing yards, but I'll be looking for that. That's for sure. Jalen Waddle, he's had a nice season. Even in despair, he's been good, I feel like. So if you want to get frisky on anything Jalen Waddle out there, I would not blame you. Go for it.
I agree. Yes, he has been very good. He's kind of come out of Tyreek Hill's shadow. When they brought in Hill, they thought these guys could coexist really well, and it really hasn't worked out that way. I mean, Waddle's basically disappeared, but now that Hill has gotten injured, Waddle's having a fabulous season.
As good as anybody, really.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see moving forward when they both play together again, presuming they do next year, whether they can, get them both rolling, become like the Eagles, where you've got these two-star receivers, one on each side. And while we may not be able to predict from week to week which one's going to have the better game, it's going to split. One time it's going to be the guy on the left, one time it's going to be the guy on the right. Defenses are never going to know what hit him. So I think that Waddle has, to me, established himself as, like a top 10, top 15 type receiver in the league. And you're right. This is a game where, again, against a defense that's been really bad, I don't see why Waddle doesn't put up, they don't really have a second wide out. They're, the tight end that they thought they had there for a while, he's not playing anymore. So it's all Waddle and all Achane in this game. So I think he's got a really good chance to find the end zone. Then the difference between these two things is that the Washington quarterback is a threat in the red zone to run the ball, and that could take away touchdowns from guys, whereas Miami's isn't. Miami's going to score one of two ways in this game. Either it's going to be Achane or it's going to be Waddle, and that's comforting to know that, hey, you could actually play them both and cash both tickets.
Right. If you're going to play a receiver ticket for 2 touchdowns, I won't blame you out there if you want to throw Waddle on there. And I think if you're going to play just an alpha dog of players, maybe try to find your 5 best players to score 2 touchdowns. I think Achane goes on that list.
Yeah, he may be number 1 on that list.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So some good things there early in the morning. Let's go along to the early window. Anyone of our characters here? Yes.
Yep.
Here we go. We go to Jacksonville with the Chargers and the Jaguars. And I was one over away from a nice big jackpot last week on Sunday night. And the stupid Steelers couldn't do anything against the Chargers defense. And I had to take home the secondary prize, which was still nice, but it wasn't the grand jackpot of $4,000. But the Chargers, good defense. I think it travels on the road here. They're the better team than Jacksonville to me. They're laying a field goal, 43.5. I would think now. I said it too. Whenever the Chargers kind of go east, they're much better playing night at home than they are traveling to the east, where they keep things a little bit closer than you'd like. In fact, Tennessee did end up covering the spread against the Chargers the last time out. But to me, especially the way that Jacksonville lost last week, which is one of the worst bad beats of all time. If you have 1.5 with Jacksonville, where they blew that huge lead to the Texans and then throw that crazy interception, which it literally is. You never see an interception like that where the quarterback basically is trying to throw it down the field, gets hit perfectly in the arm, and the ball goes 5 feet right into the gut of the lineman running at full pace to go in unstopped to cover the 1.5 point spread if you're the Texans. I don't know if that's going to have any kind of lingering effect. I don't think it matters. I just think the better team here are the Chargers. I'm not sure how they beat you here. They beat you by the passing game. They can run it a little bit too. Herbert runs the ball. They're one of the harder teams to me to figure out who's going to score, but I think they're the better team overall than the Jaguars. So if there's a best bet for me, then it's probably just going to be lay the points. And if they win by 10 points or more, that won't shock me. So what do you like?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It is a little scary. The Chargers do not seem to travel really well. And Jacksonville, for as much as they lost that game last week, they did have a nice offensive game against a good defensive Houston team. I think Jacksonville maybe could become the kind of offensive team that I thought they'd be at the beginning of the season. They get Thomas back now. I still think that adding Jacoby Myers in the trade that they got him will help. I mean, they lost Hunter now for the season, but Washington has been catching balls from them. I think they have a chance to be a decent offensive team as we move along. That said, I just think the Chargers, like you said, are the better team here. Jacksonville has been the worst team in the league defending tight ends. And the Chargers, when we last saw Gadsden, he was getting hurt in the last game. Would he even play this week? But I think I saw he was a full participant in practice even as early as Wednesday. So if he's in fact healthy and is out there, he's had an incredible season.
Right.
Jacksonville has given up a lot of numbers to far less tight ends. I think that he could be your player of the game here, given a reasonable asking price.
All right. Let's see here what we got. For Rondé Gadsden 2.0, when I saw his name, because he has such a unique name, and I mean, if you are a historian of the game, then you know about the Rondé Gadsden of the Dolphins. And I was like, man, this guy's still around, still playing? I was like, it was 25 years ago. Of course it's not. It's his son, which is just funny to me every time I think about it. Gadsden, plus 160 to score. And receiving wise, we don't have anything on him yet, but he's going to be somewhere around 35.
Yeah, that, you know, I mean, well, that to me is an indication that, you know, there's uncertainty as to whether he's going to play. I would have guessed, I think he got a concussion in the game last week. That generally means you're less than 50-50 to play in the next game. But I could have sworn I saw that he was out there at practice as early as Wednesday. And if he's out there on Wednesday, then he's definitely been cleared to play. And if he's got a green light in this game, and this is an indication that, well, he was hurt, we're going to put the number a little lower than we normally would. Well, then I'd be ready to jump on that come Sunday.
I'm looking at the other sports book, and I do not see him listed. Okay.
Yeah, well,
all right. So we'll keep an eye on him. And I mean, that's it. The Chargers just have a million different ways they can beat you. I figure, let's see here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Quentin Johnson, is guy that we've been following for a couple of years, right. And now all of a sudden, man, as he exploded onto the team,
he's cheap now.
I mean, yeah, and 10 targets last week. I mean, when I think of him, I think of Jameson Williams, kind of guy where, well, we'll throw him 2 or 3 balls a game and hope he catches one. If he does, it'll go for a touchdown. And he was that kind of guy earlier in the season, and he was he got a couple of nice touchdown passes. But man, now if they're throwing him the ball 10 times, wow, we're talking about a guy, who could really put up big numbers. And so, I mean, you're right. And so now all of a sudden they've got Gadsden, who comes out of nowhere, Quentin Johnston, who basically come out of nowhere. And then, oh, by the way, we still got McConkey and we got Keenan Allen. And our coach knows how to run the ball.
Yeah.
So
and he's a running
nice little
coach.
thing going there.
Right. And the quarterback will score. In fact,
absolutely.
He's 6-1. If there's a game where Herbert's going to score, you feel like it's on the East Coast against a team like Jacksonville, where they're on the road, maybe not playing as good as they, should be. Let me take matters into my own hands. I'm Justin Herbert. I can run with the ball. Or, I'm right at the goal line. I'm just going to sneak it in myself, So 6-1, I might have to play him on a greedier ticket.
Oh, you play those?
Yeah. All right. To the later window, which would be 1 o'clock Pacific time. Look at this. We have 3 divisional matchups, plus the Ravens and the Browns. But let's go to the top. And this is a couple of good games here. This is a good game. Seattle and the Rams. The Rams -3, 48.5. When we last saw both of these teams, they were giving me the utmost of delight, annihilating their opponents and going super over the total. So a fun late window for me last week watching these two teams flex their muscles. And here they go. They play each other now. And this is a hard one to pick. I think I like the Rams at home slightly because they've kind of been the team that's been there, done that. But Seattle has a lot of moxie. They seem, the moment doesn't seem to be too big for them. They're in a spotlight game, at least for them in that game against the Texans, and they played well there. And just a lot of confidence. They turn the ball over a lot. That's the one thing about them. They kind of kept Arizona in it just a hair late. I mean, at least enough to let Arizona score some points on them. But two good defenses. Both these teams seem very well coached. It will be interesting to see how Shaheed gets along this week against that good Rams defense. And then I guess the Devontae Adams injury is going to mean a little bit as well if he's able to go, which he is listed on my numbers. So I'm assuming he's okay. But a good game overall. A lot of offense here, but the defenses are good. I mean, you really want to take over the total, but do these defenses just show up at the end of the day? Good game. What do you like here?
Well, I agree with you. I think it's a very tough game to call. I would stay clear of this game completely.
That's kind of my
Just
thought.
Enjoy a good football game.
Yeah.
And what scares me, even more now than I knew, a minute ago, was if they're putting this line at the Rams -3, somebody thinks Seattle is a really good team, because how could you not watch that Rams game last week against the 49ers,
right,
which was a complete blowout
as an
on the road,
yep.
and not draw the conclusion that, wow, the Rams, they're as good as any team in the NFC. They're really rolling now. Well, now they go home against the division foe, and basically the line is telling us, yeah, these teams are about even. On a neutral field, we'll call it a pick'em. Like, really? Seattle is that good? What have I been missing? But you know what? They have been that good in recent games, and maybe they are that good. I don't know. I mean, this is going to be a real nice test for them. But again, this line is telling me, hey, don't be surprised if Seattle wins this game. They really are better than you think that they are. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to dispute that. I'll give them a shot to win this game, but I don't. I'm not going to bet on it. I mean, how can you bet against the Rams team that we saw last week? So I'm going to, I'll just say, you know what? We spent 15 minutes talking about a Washington Miami game, but that's the way. That's kind of the way it is in this business. Because it's a good game doesn't mean that that's where your attention needs to go. So I'm going to pass on this game.
Yeah, I feel like it falls right at the numbers. And the one thing I would say, if you had to ask yourself, which quarterback am I going to just trust the most at the end of the day, which is sometimes, especially, in the playoffs, when you're trying to, bet a game and you have to have a bet in because there's a game on. All right. I mean, who can I trust the most? I guess you have to answer that Stafford, but he is exactly 500 for his career and his record. So it's not like he's blowing the doors off his whole career. Yes, better as of late in his later years. He had all those bad years at Detroit. But I guess you got to trust him just a hair more than Darnold, only because we've seen Darnold fold in that big moment. But man, he does look good. He does. All right. Next game. 49ers and the Cardinals. 49ers -3, 47.5. I didn't even look at that part. Is this Mac Jones again for us?
No. They hope to have Purdy back
this
week.
I have unlisted quarterback right now.
Right. At the first, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are the big practices for these teams. And so going in, before they went on the field Wednesday, Shanahan was asked about Purdy's situation, and he basically said, we're going to push him as hard as we can this week to play. That doesn't mean that he will play, but, come Saturday morning, after what we view during the week, if we think he's doing well, and he says Saturday morning he's feeling good, then he's going to be the guy. And people were expecting a controversy, how are you going to make a decision? I mean, he came right out and said, no, you don't understand. We have a starting quarterback here, and we have a really nice backup. When the starting quarterback's ready, he's going to play. And so there, to me, unless there's some kind of a setback, and they've been very conservative, with his return to health here, and with Mac Jones playing so well, they could afford to be. But I think I even mentioned this last week, they got exactly what they needed last week in terms of making this transition as smooth, as seamless as possible. And that is, they lost. if they had beaten the Rams last week and now they're rolling and they've won a bunch in a row and now they're playing another game they should win, how in the world do you take Mac Jones out of the lineup? Well, you know what? Not that it was Jones' fault, but they lost that game last week. They lost it kind of one-sidedly. And I think there's a lot. Some of the air came out of Jones's balloon, even though it wasn't, like I said, wasn't necessarily his fault. I just think that from a 49ers fan standpoint, it was, you know what? We're not good enough with Mac Jones as our quarterback to beat a team like the Rams. Not sure that we are with Purdy at quarterback, but you know what? Let's see what he's got. So I think people are ready for the transition back. I think they're going to get far less criticism for making the move, win or lose this game. But also, it's a perfect spot because this starts their run of lightweight opponents, four straight bad opponents. So if you were ever going to make a change and want the new guy to look good, this is the time to do it. So I that doesn't mean he's going to be healthy enough to do it. That remains to be seen. But the plan is to throw him in there. And if he is in there, I think they're going to win this game easily because, I mean, say what we want about Seattle looking really good and being impressive. That was embarrassing last week.
Right.
I wasn't even watching the game.
Right.
I was just watching the scores come in as I was watching whatever game was. Oh, the Rams and the 49ers were on in the afternoon last week. Like, oh boy, look at that. Seattle's up 14-0. The Rams and 49ers had barely kicked off. You know, oh goodness, it's 21-0. It's 28-0. It's 35-7 or something. They're barely in the second quarter. I thought, what are they going to do? Score 100? This is, in Arizona. I think came to the realization, our backup quarterback stinks. Harrison is injured now. We got no running game. We got one guy, McBride. That's all we got, and that had to be extremely demoralizing last week. And I don't know. I don't see how they recover from that. I think the 49ers, this is kind of what they've been waiting for. I mean, if you look at their schedule at the beginning of the year and you identified their toughest games, it was Tampa, it was Houston, it was the Rams. It's like, okay, we've played all those teams. We've played the Rams twice already. We played those other teams. Now we got a bunch of Jacksonville's and Carolinas and Tennessee's and Arizona's coming up. This is where we make our run. So even though they're coming off a loss that some would foresee as a big game last week, that was not a big game. This is a big game, and these next three after it are all because they've got to win these games because they're 2 touchdowns better than every team that they'll play these next 4 weeks. And that's not because they're a good team. It's because these other teams are bad teams. And so this starts it. I think they are looking forward to this. I'm not sure what Arizona's possibly looking forward to. So I think 49ers are going to win this game easily.
Yeah, I could see that. Now that you're looking at it on paper, it really does make a lot of sense. I did hop on Trey McBride the last few weeks to big success. So one of my good calls was actually jumping on him at the right time, and he's paid off on some tickets for me. But this would probably be the weekend to jump off. You're right. There's just no help around him.
But but that's not a reason to not jump off. I mean, this game could. I mean,
so he does score a touchdown. You think? Probably.
Yeah, and he can't. I mean, you got nobody else to throw him the ball to.
Right. That's the case.
You don't even have Harrison there anymore.
Right.
And so you got no receivers. They got no running game. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean,
triple team them? I mean, right?
Well, but the weakness of the 49er defense, is that linebacker.
Right.
They don't have the star middle linebacker, Warner, out there anymore. They don't have their star from last year who plays for the Broncos now, flanking him. I mean, those guys could guard tight ends, could take tight ends out of the game. These guys that got in there now, crying out loud. I'm not sure that they'd start for Cal. I mean, they're terrible. And so if you know, I mean, I agree with you. If I were designing a defense to play against Arizona, I basically have 10 guys circled around McBride and say, okay, you know, we got one other guy here. Who's, you know, what are you going to do? And so, but yet with their, you know, their linebackers aren't going to cover him well. And they got to throw the ball to him 15 times.
Right.
I mean, what else are you going to do?
Right.
Especially if you fall behind, which I think they will. So I wouldn't be jumping off his bandwagon at this point.
Right. Okay. 7.5 receptions is plus 130. So, yep, they're expecting him to get it. All right, green light stays on for McBride. I'll play him.
Yes.
Okay. And now we got Denver and Kansas City. Kansas City minus 3.5, 44.5. Again, interesting game here. I mean, the Chiefs, they like to play these close games. We thought they were getting ready to go on that huge run, and then they laid an egg in Buffalo, which I guess is understandable at the end of the day. It is Buffalo until you watch Buffalo lose to Carolina and Miami and the weeks that surround that game. So it really makes you ask yourself some questions about these teams. And here's Denver, 8-2, and they've looked nothing of that part. People think they're a terrible team, yet they've only lost 2 games. Offense slumping there. So interesting game here. I'm going to imagine that the Chiefs find a way to win this game and come out on top, but maybe they only win it by 3. For the lack of a better angle, maybe, let's just take your guy, Rashee Rice, for a touchdown at plus 125. I mean, I don't think we have Surtain in there. He's going to be on the sideline, so maybe that opens things up for Mahomes and company a little bit better. More experienced quarterback, more weapons at wide receiver. So give me the Chiefs in this one. I imagine they'll cover the spread, but if they only win by 3, that's what they do. So not going to be alarmed by it. You hate to take, again, favorites at the 4 o'clock window, 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 Eastern, but it paid off last week. Maybe it'll pay off this week in terms of a team like San Francisco and maybe Kansas City here. So, again, who do you trust? It's got to be the Chiefs, right?
Yeah, but like you said, I don't know. I mean, a couple weeks ago, I was very high on them, and now, just because of one bad game,
that leaves a sick feeling in your stomach about them, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, but they are coming off a bye, which should help. Denver has not looked good, but in some way, shape, or form, I just get the impression, kind of what you said, that this is going to be a close game, because that's what Kansas City does. I also think that Denver is good enough defensively to not let Kansas City run away with it. And even if Denver's down 10 points late in the game, they have the type of weapons in their passing game to get that late score, to make it look a little more competitive than it was. So I'll give them a chance to do that. I'm going to pass on this game. I think that Denver, like I said, Denver has, it's a little easier these days, and maybe this is not even going to pan out, right? But it's a little easier to predict who's getting the ball in Denver's passing game than Kansas City's. I know that's a little hard to believe. But Kansas City, Mahomes, he spreads the ball around with the best of them, even though he does throw to Rice now more than anybody else. But he's got a lot of weapons there, including his tight end. Denver, Nix has found his old college teammate, Franklin. And Franklin's had a couple of really big games in a row. It looks like he has surpassed Sutton as the number 1 receiver on the team. I think it helps that Sutton is there. You can't focus on one or the other. They've got Ingram, who's a decent catching tight end. They got a third receiver who catches some ball. So I mean, it's allowed Franklin, I think, to become what Rice has become for Kansas City, which is the go-to guy, especially around the goal line. And in a game where, like I say, I think Kansas City will probably be ahead in this game, and Denver without Dobbins, is going to be in a passing mode a lot in the second half. I just think that you're going to end up seeing Franklin getting the most targets of anybody in this game. The way he's been scoring touchdowns, I'm not sure I'd want to play him on any kind of ticket or anything, but if I'm making one prediction on this game, I'm going to say that Franklin's going to get into the end zone again.
He's 40.5 for his yards. And then let's see here. Do we have any? Nothing yet on will he lead the game in receiving? Because I bet he pays pretty good with all those guys. That'll pop on later. I'd be interested to see that maybe. Franklin for a touchdown is 2-1. There you go.
Yeah, again, like I said, let's just make this a prediction, unbacked financially. But I'm going to say that Franklin gets more targets than anybody else in this game. And then you do with that what you want.
Gotcha. 10-4. Let's see. Does he have a receptions number? I can get 6 catches at plus 235.
Like I said, I'll stick with what I said. You go with whatever direction.
Right. Okay. All right, 10-4. All right, I think I like the Chiefs. Again, if I got to trust somebody, give me the Chiefs. Okay. And we have one more AFC West team, and we got to go all the way to Monday night. And this is the question that could blow scientists' minds if they really want to think about it. But who has the more perfect situation? Is it the Dallas Cowboys defense having to face Geno Smith, or is it Geno Smith having to face the Dallas Cowboys defense? That is a question that may linger in space for some time. So what gives here, Dave? 50.5 is the total. Cowboys and Raiders on Monday Night Football. Yikes. What do you like here? Anything?
Well, like you said, I mean, almost, to a game this year, Dallas finds a way to allow the other team to have their best offensive game.
Right.
And then it comes down to, how much damage can Dallas do? Dallas, which is a very good offensive team, how much damage can they do against the other team? And in this case, the Raiders are nothing special defensively. So you would think Dallas would be able to put up their numbers. And when they do, that tends to mean the opponent putting up their numbers. So I think this is going to be an interesting game. I'm not sure which way it's going to go. The Raiders having such a bad season and always finding a way to lose that, this is a game Dallas really should win, but it's Dallas after all. And the Raiders come in as healthy as they can be. I mean, they've got their star running back running well. They've got their star tight end back in the lineup and doing well. They even brought in Lockett on the outside, who's, old and probably done after this season. But he's come in and kind of done what Myers did previously for the Raiders, moved the chains. And so they do have some offensive weapons to take advantage of Dallas's defense. And so, Monday Night Football, for the most part, these night games have been entertaining. I'll give this game you look at this game on paper, you've got to be kidding me that this game's going to be in the national spotlight. But we've said that a lot about games, and then look at what happens. And here we go again. The Dallas 27, Raiders 26.
Right. I can get Brock Bowers and CeeDee Lamb 2 touchdowns, 53-1.
So, especially Lamb. You would think that he should have a monster game.
He's due for a real monster game, right?
Yes, right. And this is the kind of opponent where he could put up big numbers. And they love to throw to him when they're ahead. They become the Lions when they're ahead in the middle of the fourth quarter by 2 touchdowns, and it's time to call off the dogs. Oh, there's a long one to Lamb for a touchdown, to pad his numbers. And so yeah, I think both of those guys are, I wouldn't say 50-50 to get 2 touchdowns, but, have a fighter's chance, puncher's chance to get 2 touchdowns, throw them together, give me 20-1. Okay, I'll bite on that. 50-1? Was that what you said?
Yeah. $20 to win 1,000.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's very tempting.
Yeah, in the day and age of inflation and everything's expensive, turn that $20 into 1,000. There you go. You spend that $20 at the 7-Eleven on a cup of coffee and a lottery ticket.
Exactly. Or yeah, it would have to be a small coffee. But the Raiders are a lot like Arizona, if you're not throwing the ball to Bowers, you're making a big mistake because he's just so much better option than anything else you got. So why are you wasting your time?
Right.
And yeah, the other defense could know that as well, but these guys are good enough to get open. And the quarterbacks, while not the best quarterbacks in the world, in either case, a lot easier throwing the ball 10 yards to a tight end than it is to find a mediocre receiver open 35 yards down the field. So why not just keep throwing the short ones to the tight end? And in both of their cases, they catch the ball and they run with it. It's not like you're getting 8 yards and the guy falls down. Every third catch, the guy's busting for 25 yards. So I don't see how. And I like both these matchups for those tight ends. So that might be 2 guys to throw together.
Right.
Right. McBride and Bowers, that both have big games.
Right. All right. Let's see here. Moving on, and we'll go back to let me ask you this as my my lines have froze. So let me try to get these unfrozen. Here we go. We have, I think, a potential to have a few fun games of the games remaining on our list. I know we got a couple of potential weather scenarios that could be involved in those fun games if we're thinking along the same. Do you have one that sticks out to you that's going to be a little ping pong affair?
Well, I have an under the radar game.
That would be good. Let me guess that.
Okay.
All right.
I'll give you a hint. It won't be impacted by weather.
I'm going to say that it's going to be Chicago and Minnesota.
You know what? That game I have up there on my list too. My problem with that game is
Minnesota killed me last week on that same premise.
You don't have enough time, tape or whatever however you tape these shows or whatever, to hear my rant about Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams stinks. The Bears are going nowhere with Caleb Williams as their quarterback. He's just another classic example, and I guess you got to throw Trevor Lawrence into that kind of group where you just, man, this guy looked good in college, and he could run. He was tall, he could run, he got a big arm, and it's just not translating to the pros. And I don't know if it's just a lack of general intelligence or just the fact that they don't know how to throw a changeup. That Caleb Williams throws one pitch and that's a fastball. And I mean, there were times in the game, and especially when the weather's bad, you can't afford to be throwing the ball 110 miles an hour on a 6-yard curl on 5, and which he must have done 10 different times in the game last week. They were so lucky, to come out of that game with a win. He played a terrible game against a bad defense, and they got lucky. And now this week, Moore is injured. Odunze is injured, although
Right.
he'll probably play. So some of these great weapons, even Swift hasn't been playing full time. Some of these great weapons that they have are not firing on all cylinders, and this is going to be a very tough spot at Minnesota. Minnesota really needs this. Well, both teams would like to win this game, but I think Minnesota needs this game from a mental standpoint way more than Chicago does. And so I think this is going to be a tough game. So anyway, no, that's not my game.
Let's
all that said.
let's stick on this real quick, because I think like we've been waiting for CeeDee Lamb to have the big game. We've definitely been waiting for Justin Jefferson to have his big game. Do you see that coming this week? I know McCarthy's got the bag up hand.
Coming. You know what? This kind of the 49ers, we learned this from the 49ers over the years, is that when the 49ers had a running back who got injured, they plugged in a second guy, and the guy always did well. And whether it was Mostert or Mason or
Right. Brady.
Williams, whoever, Breida, right. It didn't really matter that the starting running back was injured because the other guy came in and did surprisingly well. And then when that guy went to play for another team, lo and behold, geez, this guy isn't very good. Well, no, because it was all the system. And I think in Minnesota, Mason has gone in, and played a lot for when Jones was hurt this year. And had some really nice games. And it's like, and now he's kind of slumping a little. It's like, you know what? He's just not very good. At Minnesota, once Jones gets healthy, they can immediately put him back in the lineup. And he's going to do way better than Mason's done. And even though Mason has been productive, to me, it's like when Jones comes back to play healthy, be ready to jump on him before he puts up his big numbers. Well, this is the week. I mean, he demonstrated last week that he, 9 carries last week, 47 yards and a touchdown, 6 targets last week, 3 catches. So he's, 15 touches last week. He's healthy. He got a touchdown last week. This is an important game for them against a middle of the pack defense. I think he's going to have his best game of the season in this game. Now, does that mean Jefferson won't have a big game? Well, no, not necessarily. I just think that, if half as much is expected from one guy than the other, give me the guy that half is expected. And, because his numbers are going to be better. So I think that, for me, Jones is the buy guy in this game.
Yeah, that's why we do the show, because it makes sense, too, with the quarterback. He's got his own injury issue on that hand. So maybe, and they didn't look good last week. So let's kind of keep things a little simpler. Let's let Aaron Jones, bludgeon this Bears defense, and we'll, hopefully win this game by 14 points or so, and we'll move on to the next week. Okay.
What's his rushing total in this game?
I like his angle. 50.5.
I was going to say, tell me under 60, and I think it's a really nice play. 50.5. That's I like that as much as pretty much anything we've seen so far.
80 yards, I can get plus 350 when I get greedy on that later. 100 yards is plus 750. And the 2 touchdowns is 10-1. So he'd be a nice player to hook onto that Achane ticket, right?
Well, there may be another guy here that we'll be talking about in a minute. Let's keep room for. Actually, there are 2 of them coming up that we need to keep room for them as well.
Okay. All right. Let's keep on scrolling. So your fun game. I mean, if weather's not an issue, then I guess it has to be Atlanta and Carolina.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the game, and it's just a good fit for a success. Number one is Atlanta is terrible against the run. Atlanta's really good against the pass. They put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, do a lot of blitzing, and teams that can run the ball well against them have had a ton of success. And here's Carolina. who
And
runs
that's all they
down.
do. That's all they do is run.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they'll do it as not only is it something that they do a lot, but they do it with one guy
Right.
basically. And Dowdle last week, 19 carries, didn't have a great game. I mean, 53 yards, or 18 carries. 18 carries last week, got his touchdown, and that was against a decent defense. This is against one of the worst run defenses. And if he's carrying 18 times against a good defense, and we've seen this, he routinely carries the ball over 20 times a game. So I think that he to me, he's a guy that I can count on getting 22 to 25 carries. And if so, he's going to go over 80 yards. He'll probably get to 100. He'll score a touchdown, maybe two. He belongs in this same group, probably even ahead of Jones. But in the Achane group where, expect a big game out of him. Now, the other way, on the other side is Atlanta's defense is predicated on taking advantage of young quarterbacks that they can rattle, that they can sack, that they can force interceptions. A young quarterback, but no pun intended. Young has thrown an interception the last 4 full games. He got injured from one game, so that one didn't count. The last 4 full games he's played, he's thrown at least one interception in those games. I take, now they don't want to throw the ball a lot, but Atlanta is a team that should be winning this game. London is playing as well as any receiver in the league right now. Bijan Robinson, if it wasn't for the fact that he's losing half his carries of Algiers, he's been doing well. Algiers is doing well. I think that Atlanta is going to put up numbers against Carolina. And so, Carolina's going to have to throw the ball eventually. And I just think that's going to steamroll them. He'll throw an interception for a touchdown. I think Atlanta, I would look at Atlanta, I don't know how they, what kind of stuff they allow on defenses, but to get an interception, to get multiple sacks, whatever those types of numbers are, I'd even take a look at Atlanta's defense to score in this game. I think that there's a lot of potential on all the defensive numbers in this game for Atlanta to have success. Because like I said, it's a matchup where, yes, Carolina's going to be able to run the ball on them, but Atlanta is the better team. Atlanta should be ahead. And even though you can run the ball all day on an opponent, you fall 2 touchdowns behind, you're not going to run it as much as you had hoped. And then once they fall into that trap, then Atlanta's got you, because then they force your inconsistent quarterback into problems. So I'd be looking at some the unusual aspect of the numbers in this game. What can I get for a Young interception? What can I get for Atlanta TD, defensive TD? Numbers like that.
Young is minus 118 for a pick. The Atlanta defense is plus 750.
I think the pick. I like both of those.
Right.
I mean, obviously you'd want one on more of a greedy ticket, but interception at basically a pick 'em.
Right. That's a good price for him.
Count me in on that.
Yeah. Usually the a little bit higher numbers on interceptions, and especially for him, he'd be a little bit higher. Typically, you would think. I did have Algiers for 2 touchdowns last week. I got 35-1 on that ticket. He's down to 14-1 this week. I'm not sure why they gave me 35-1 last week. That didn't seem right to me. That's why I bet it.
Well, it just makes sense that this is a game where if you think of how this game really should play out, Atlanta's the better team. Atlanta should be able to control this game, and if they do, then they're going to run the ball a lot. If they run the ball a lot, then who's been scoring those touchdowns down by the goal line? You'd be hard pressed to say, well, they're splitting those. No, they're not splitting those. Algiers is getting most of them.
Right.
So yeah, I can see where you would project this week. Well, he's never going to score 2 touchdowns. It's going to be in a game like this. So 14-1 is still a nice price. I mean, not 35-1, but 14-1 is still a legitimate price in this game.
He did good about going over my 20 yards rushing last week too. I thought that was way cheap. He crushed it. So I might look at that again as well when that pops on the board.
What's Dowdle's rushing yards in this game?
Dowdle is at 88.5.
Yeah, see that, and that's what I was afraid of. I mean, it's an obvious play, but like I said, my concern is just Carolina falling behind, and all of a sudden the guy I thought was going to carry the ball 24 times is only going to get 14 carries. And if that's the case, he ain't getting his 88 yards because he's not someone who's going to bust one for 50 yards.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, I still like him. The play, I still like him to get a touchdown. I think he's the most logical Carolina guy to get a touchdown in this game. But I just don't know that I would want him on my A ticket. Because there's like I said, there's one other guy who I think is an automatic play. I mean, last week there was an automatic play I thought on Taylor in the European game. And not that I was projecting 3 touchdowns, mind you, but just I remember he was minus 320 to score 1. And, we were talking about, well, you're not going to get much for that, but you throw that on top of a parlay and it just, boosts your total by 30%. There's a guy in one of these other games
okay.
who's that kind of guy this week.
All right. Let's see here. Next game on the board. Let's see if we can identify that. Yeah. So over 42.5. I mean, if you think this is going to be a fun game, you like this game over, right? Atlanta, Carolina?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Well, because like I said, what you want in a game with a fairly low total like that is some kind of a break, some kind of, oh man, I didn't deserve that, but I'll take it. And this is, this is where you get that interception or the strip sack for a fumble, and it just gives you 7 free points. And not only does it give you 7 free points, but it then puts the opponent in an even more uncomfortable situation where, okay, I guess we're going to have to pass more, not what we wanted. And then next thing you know, he's throwing the interception, and they're getting a second defensive score. So, so I think that, in the end, you might look and say, wow, this game had fewer total yards gained than any other game on the board. How in the world did it end up being 31-21? Well, thank you for the fumble, the sack that turned into a touchdown, and thank you for that interception where the guy ran it back to the 10. That's how you get numbers in some of these games. So yeah, I think it could very well be one of those games, and don't have to worry about the weather in this game.
I've used the words ineptitude scale the last few weeks or so, and I kind of picture that ineptitude scale in my mind. Today, I'm actually looking at it almost like the old school XY graph system where they have like the plots on the graph paper going from 0 to 10. Well, the ineptitude scale for either one of these teams could be very high at any given point, which could definitely lead to complete chaos if that's the case as well. So you have that going for you, over 42.5. Let's see, next game on the board. Let's keep it in this early window. Packers and Giants. I'm hard-pressed since Green Bay can't score, and they're still completely overrated again to me. And who knows what the Giants have. I'm assuming your alpha dog running back to score 2 touchdowns is not in this game, correct?
You're not correct.
It is
Jacobs.
It is Jacobs.
Jacobs,
okay.
I mean, Green Bay's passing game is, continues to be disappointing. And I don't see it coming back to life this week. If there's any kind of a weather, or if it's cold or what, this game is just. I mean, Green Bay is far and away the better team in this game. They should be able to run the ball all day long against a very bad rushing defense. And Jacobs is one of these guys who, my son's team was going against him in the Eagles game, and well, you would think, wow, he must have done well because it was a very low-scoring game. But it was amazing in that game that just watching the play-by-play. Because I have YouTube TV and I don't get to see ESPN's football games anymore, right? So I was watching the play-by-play on the internet, and first play of the game, Jacobs for 5, Jacobs for 4, Jacobs for 2, first down. Love passes to Jacobs for 5 yards, Jacobs for 4, Jacobs. I was like, will you do something else besides give the ball to Jacobs? This is ridiculous. But anyway, so he ended up, he didn't have a great game, but good enough. My point is that this has got to be where they're, this is their kind of their one dimension now in a game like this. He's a every down back for the most part. He scores touchdowns. This is a game Green Bay absolutely positively can't let get away. I mean, with their division schedule where every game's tough, you can't slip up in a game like this. And so, well, how do you do that? Well, you know what? Let's just run the ball all day against this team and get out of there with a 24-10 win where Jacobs gets his 2 touchdowns and 24 carries for 125 yards. I really think he's, it's going to be a very boring, let's just churn it out kind of game. Now, that said, on the other side of the spectrum, we have my boy, Mr. Excitement, returning at quarterback. And this is going to be very interesting to see how this pans out, because Jameis Winston is an all or nothing kind of guy. He doesn't, I don't know him at all, but he just from the way he plays, he's like, I don't care how many interceptions I get. I'm going to keep throwing the ball 40 yards down the field and let my guy jump up. And when he catches it and runs, I look good. And when he gets it, intercepted, oh, well, we were supposed to lose anyway. Problem is that, obviously they don't have neighbors. And I'm not sure who his long distance target is going to be. Wan'Dale Robinson's a guy that catches a lot of passes, but I don't really consider him a deep threat. I gotta believe that guy's going to be Slayton. Slayton last week caught 4 passes and went for 89 yards. It seems to me that he's going to be the guy who gets the deep passes thrown to him, and Winston's going to throw more deep passes than anybody else. This is not an ideal matchup. The way Winston plays, I can almost guarantee you there's going to be an interception or 2 in this game, and Green Bay's a good defensive team. But I'll stick with my one play in this game, but I got to put Jacobs right up there, if not ahead of Achane, in terms of, number of yards, touchdowns, etc.
He's plus 230 for the 2 touchdowns. For the 1 touchdown is minus 250. And for his rushing number, I don't have it yet. And he does leave a bad taste in my mouth on Monday night because I had Goddard over 40 yards. Nothing crazy. Nice conservative ticket. Maybe Barkley was elevated because I like to take the Barkley receiving yards. That's been one of the better props of the season, as where his rushing numbers have been bad. He's been good in the receiving game. So I had 40 yards for Goddard, 40 for Barkley, and just a measly 20 for Jacobs. He was sitting on 14, and then you didn't have YouTube TV, so you didn't see it. But slight miscommunication on a little screen pass towards the end of the game where Jacobs should have turned his body towards the boundary. Instead, he turned it back inside, and the ball kind of went behind his back a little bit. But he's running for 25, 30 yards when he catches that ball. So a misconnect there cost me a winning ticket. So bad taste in my mouth there.
I wasn't watching the game, but that doesn't stop me from having an opinion on something. It has nothing to do with our normal conversation here. But you have got to be kidding me on the decision to go for it on fourth down from the 40-yard line with less than 2 minutes to go. I think it was closer to 1 minute left. The other team has no timeouts left. Now, it's a 3-point game. All they got to do is drive down and kick a field goal. But without any timeouts in a game where they've scored 7 points against you, and it's not like you're 4th and 1 and you can push or 4th and 2 and maybe we think we can get it. It was like 4th and 6. It was like, okay, don't be stupid enough to kick a field goal because it's too far out, too risky. You don't want to do that. Punt the ball down, pin them down at the 10-yard line, or hopefully or even better than that, and challenge them to drive the ball out. And again, bad weather, so it's not like let's just get to the 50-yard line and kick a 67-yard field goal. No, you're going to have to probably get down closer to the 30 or at least 35 to kick a reasonable field goal. So you're going to have to drive at least 50 yards in a minute with no timeouts. In a game where you haven't passed the ball at all. There's just no way Green Bay was going to be able to do that. And yet this idiot decides to throw a bomb to A.J. Brown down the sideline. It's like, what? You talk about something in Vegas that had to raise a red flag.
Right.
It's like, what are you trying to do? Cover a spread? There's no rhyme or reason for that play call. And in fact, it goes incomplete, and it gives Green Bay a chance. And then, then they lined up for that last field goal, which of course I wasn't watching, and I thought, no, you're kidding me that they're going to try a field goal, send the game into overtime, and give Jacobs a chance for to gain his yards. And no, then he, then they block it or whatever they did. But oh my God, one of the dumbest.
That was crazy. I agree.
All right, anyway,
anyway,
I ran by.
And I guess we could have talked about some fired coaches here at the beginning of the whole segment. When we went straight into the picks, pretty much. But no more Dayball. He's gone. He's out of here. So they've seen enough of him, and I have no doubt Winston is going to have some funner games to come. It just doesn't sound like that comes against Micah Parsons. So I'll add on.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll add on.
I agree with that.
Under 17.5 team points for the Giants in this game.
Well, you want your lock of the week. Winston will throw an interception.
Minus 220 on that.
Yeah, see, that's, so it's almost like, well, you're going to have to play for him for 2, which is possible, but not, obviously not nearly as likely. But, again, it's almost like Taylor last week when you lay the 330 or whatever, you throw him on top of a parlay. You just want to be able to put a W down, halfway through the morning games,
And they'll juice up a ticket.
Winston for an interception at minus 220 and throw him on to your most gutless ticket.
Plus 172 for 2. And you know what? Plus 370 for 3. And it's kind of funny because they don't offer alternate interceptions for anybody. But Jameis Winston, they'll offer it for him.
Well,
he's the one player I've ever seen they have it for, which is funny.
Well,
tells you everything you need to know.
And I applaud it. I applaud him for, we got no chance in this game, and I'm just going to, I'm shooting for them. I'm swinging for the fences on every one of my throws. And like I said, maybe this is the best part of this week is it will identify who that target is going to be. And for all I know, the Giants have a third young receiver a speedy guy who's going to turn into that guy in the weeks ahead. Maybe he gets identified this week. So it's worth keeping your eye on who's he throwing these deep balls to this week, but because they're coming.
Right. Yeah, Gunnar Olszewski. He's not under anyone's radar though. It'd have to be someone else. I mean, it's Jalen Hyatt. Maybe he's the speedster. 8-1. He's shown that he can score before, but man, he'll drop some long balls. But Jalen Hyatt at 8-1 might not be the worst play this week.
Yeah, there you go. You got your really greedy ticket. There's that would be a booster.
The other thing I'll say too is shame on the sports books. Why would they not offer alternate? Because how often do quarterbacks throw 2 interceptions? Still not very often. And they never throw 3. So why not offer those numbers so idiots like me can take Caleb Williams for 3 interceptions at plus 750,
Well, I guess the big thing is they're so cautious about who's betting on themselves,
right.
Who's giving out the tip on themselves on this game. And with someone like Jameis Winston, who's their biggest nightmare, probably not making a whole lot of money, he gets banned for life, big deal. He's probably out of the game next year anyway. If he goes and tells somebody, hey, take this over 2.5 interceptions with me this week, I'll make you proud. And then goes out and throws 3, that wouldn't draw any red flags because it happens all the time with Jason Winston, for Jameis Winston. So it's like, they got to, you get away with it with a guy like him. So, I can see where the books would say, we don't want to play that game. So forget it.
It was a Saturday game, Tampa Bay and Tennessee, where Jameis Winston needed to throw 1 interception to get the 40 interceptions for the season. And on the very first play of the game, he got everybody happy and threw that interception, if you recall that. The very first play of the game, he got the 40.
Well,
how fitting.
Like I said,
and it was a touchdown.
Put him, you got to, just for the old time's sake, you got to have him on it.
Right. All right. Bengals and Steelers has a chance to be a fun game, but we have weather issues, rain. We got some wind potentially. So that might bog some things down. I think the Steelers are begging for that kind of weather, to be honest. I don't think they want to have a clean field against Flacco and these receivers. So they'll make it as muddy as possible. If they have a tarp, which they usually tarp the field for a couple of days beforehand, maybe that thing's stored away in the back of the closet somewhere. Hey, where's that tarp at? I don't know. I haven't seen the tarp. Don't, whatever you do, make sure that damn tarp doesn't get on the field. So I don't know what kind of how weather's going to affect this game. But I mean, both defenses are terrible. Neither one is good. And the Bengals, I think, just have a little bit better thing going offensively. I mean, I wish conditions would warrant it because I'd be all over Jamar Chase in this game again. He throttled the Steelers just a couple of weeks ago. Why wouldn't it be the same? Flacco knows these guys well. Tomlin's had enough of Flacco. We know that. So 5.5, and probably still in the elements, is probably too many points. So give me the Bengals plus 5.5 here. I'll play Chase on some tickets here, and I'll probably end up taking him for 2 touchdowns because he's 6-1. But weather is a little dicey. I'm going to admit that offhand. And if it doesn't get there, it doesn't get there. But I'm going to go with what we saw last time and at least try to ride it a little bit. So Bengals plus 5.5. I think that's just too many points. against the Steeler team who looked awful on Sunday night, let's be honest. So can the Steelers straighten things out at home for you? Is there a green light on Chase, even if the weather's bad? Anything here?
Well, I see a different game than you do. I mean, you don't see this a lot in the NFL necessarily, but maybe more so in rivalries than anything else. This has to be a huge revenge game for Pittsburgh. They were embarrassed by the Bengals in that last game that you referred to, that 39-38 game or whatever the score was. That's just not Steeler football. And I can see them, as you said, not tarping the field, hoping for bad weather. Let's just punish these guys, and when they're down, let's kick them a couple of times. We're going places. They're not. This is a bigger game for us, and let's just stomp on these guys. And so I just think that they've got that kind of a coach who can inspire that kind of performance. So again, you see this in college a lot, but not necessarily in the pros. I just think that they have way more to play for, when you factor in the revenge factor. And I thought their defense, which has been bad this year, actually played a good game while their offense was terrible in that last game you referenced. And so how's this going to happen this week? Well, I was surprised how much they used Warren in that game. I guess they just haven't paid close enough attention to what Pittsburgh has been doing this year. But this just seems to be, his kind of game where he's not someone who I think of as, a 15 to 20 carry back, but he got 14 carries in that last game, even though they weren't doing anything offensively. So if he can get 15 carries in this game with the number of passes he catches, the short little dump offs from Rodgers, his specialty, I just think he could have a really big game here. Now, he's not a great touchdown scoring guy, so I'm not sure that's the best way to go. I mean, Rodgers will throw the ball to Metcalf or to Freiermuth or something down by the goal line. But I do think that Warren, kind of the same thing I felt about Aaron Jones, I just think he's going to be the primary force in this game for, an offensive line that just has a little bit more emotion than Cincinnati's defensive line. So we'll run the ball 5 or 6 times at a pop and keep going with it until you decide to, put 5 or 6 men in there, and then we'll flip it out to the side to Warren. I don't know. I think he could have a really, I'm not talking about a 150-yard rushing game or whatever, but between 80 yards rushing and 40 to 50 yards receiving, I think that he could probably cash on both ends.
How about this? As baseline receiving number is 2.5.
Oh, no. I thought you were talking about yards.
Receptions. Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, he only had 2 receptions in the last game.
Right.
But I think the weather plays a factor in this as well. That we're, especially if they're moving the ball on the ground. If they're moving the ball on the ground and you get into a conservative mode, then you swing it out to your back, not because you're in a 3rd and 12 and you want 6 yards, but rather because you're in 3rd and 4, kind of like the McCaffrey special, 3rd and 4, hey, just run 4 yards out and turn to the right or turn to the left. I'll throw it to you. You catch it, you fall down, first down. It's almost like using your tight end. So, yeah, I mean, I can see that he would be more used in the passing game this week. So, yeah, 2.5 sounds good to me. What about yardage for rushing and receiving?
Let's see here. Receiving yards for Warren is at 20.5 and 76.5 for rushing.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say. I mean, I think 20.5 that goes hand in hand with the number of catches. I mean, if
Right.
he's not going to get the 2.5 receiving receptions, he's not going to get the 20.5 yards. But if he gets 3 or 4 catches, then he's going over that. So that's basically a way of, parlaying two things together that they're either both going to happen or both not going to happen, and that's good for the, for the player. So, that's those two things go well together. Those two things, you could parlay together. The rushing yards is a little high for him, but that's just the way I see this game playing out. If Pittsburgh is able to dominate this game like I think they can, and Rodgers is basically a conservative quarterback. He's perfectly happy handing the ball off if that's what's moving the ball. And so I'd somehow, some way use all three of those things.
So you like under 49.5?
No, I can't say that just because, like you said, these teams just played a 77-point game or whatever. And is Pittsburgh as good as they looked defensively in this last game, or are they as mediocre as they've looked the rest of the year? Because Cincinnati does come at you with some weapons. And Flacco, we've seen go in there and have some success. They got both their wideouts healthy. They got their running back healthy. I mean, if Pittsburgh is, if Pittsburgh fooled us with their last defensive performance, then I don't see why Cincinnati can't put up, 17, 21 points in this game. And if they do, and I still think Pittsburgh is going to win, then they're going to have to score 24, 27 points too, and I think they can against Cincinnati's defense. So I would trust the first game and say, this game will probably be an over again.
Okay. Tampa Bay and Buffalo, which looks like a great game on paper, but Tampa Bay does have the injuries. They showed last week losing to New England. New England won, not convincingly, but they showed that they definitely were the better team. Baker got some pressure, and really only after the one long touchdown to Ibuka, their offense was rather ineffective. Buffalo was completely ineffective in Miami. Made Miami's defense look like the 86 Bears to some extent. So they're not coming off a very good performance at all. I got to figure with the cold, the weather perhaps here too, the fact that this is a Florida team, this has to be a bad spot for the Buccaneers. The Bills have to be the right side at home here. They're used to the elements. Both teams really need a win for their division, but you got to figure that Tampa Bay will still end up winning that division at the end of the day, even if they end up somewhere around 500, perhaps. Important game for the Bills as well, and I think 5.5 might be too light here. I don't like this warm weather team coming north for this one when it could be sloppy. So if there are going to be elements, I'll trust Josh Allen here, and I'll count on the Bills to take care of business. What do you like?
Yeah, I got to agree with you. I'm not, and this is not a game where I would get involved, just because I respect Baker and what he's able to do. Passing from behind and somehow, some way keep the team competitive. But you're right; they've got a lot of injuries. They really shouldn't be able to compete in this game. You throw in the location of the game that hurts Tampa Bay as well. Buffalo's psyche coming off a terrible game last week, that hurts Tampa Bay as well. I just think everything's pointing to Buffalo in this game. Shakir to me would be a guy I would trust to do something in this game. I don't know. I mean, Ibuka on the other side, he's kind of like we've talked about some of the Arizona about having really only one passing option. I mean, he's really he's their go-to guy, especially if they fall behind. But, how bad's the weather going to be? What's Tampa's mindset going to be if they start falling behind and it's cold and it's like, get me out of here, let's go home. I want to play New Orleans, again. I want to play Carolina. I don't want to play Buffalo. So that scares me a bit. So I'll pass on this game, but if I picked one, I would be Buffalo.
I think I like Josh Allen for a touchdown. I think he might be able to even put him on the list for 2. He's going to be a hard man to tackle if he gets running out around the perimeter and running downhill in the cold weather. And, if it's not going to be Cook, it's going to be Allen. The other thing I'll say, too, and we were talking about this around the studios, is just, man, without Evans and Godwin, I'm sorry, not without those guys, but the Buffalo, their receivers, just in general, you feel like they're just a bunch of number 3s, right?
Yep.
That's their problem.
Yeah, no, and that's why Shakir, is probably a bit underrated in that he's more like a 2. He's just someone who's not spectacular, but he's better than the other guys,
right,
and more consistent, and they'll throw the ball to him more often than the other guys. When push comes to shove, he's the guy that ends up with 6 catches, and everybody else has 3. And it's not real attractive or real fancy or anything, but almost every game, when all is said and done, he's the guy who ends up with the best numbers. So, that's why I, would say if I'm picking one guy to do something special in this game, it would, from Buffalo standpoint, it would be him.
Yeah, if you're looking for 4 or 5 players for a touchdown, then plus 185 for Shakir is going to be a nice little price. So,
agreed.
Okay. Next on the list. Oof, let's go down to Nashville.
Do we have to?
No, we don't have to.
I'll cut you off right there.
A pass for me.
This game is totally unattractive to me.
I don't like the Tennessee games. I can't even stand to watch them. They're that bad. Give me Cam Ward for an interception. How about that?
Yeah.
There's my pick.
I no comment on my end.
I'll parlay Cam Ward and Jameis Winston. That will dumb down the price of Jameis Winston on his ridiculous minus 215 number for a pick if I add Cam Ward to that list, because Houston has a good defense, and actually that might not be if you like Atlanta for a defensive touchdown, this has all the makings for Houston to get a defensive touchdown, right? And then
that's good point.
And then throw Green Bay on there, because even if Parsons gets in to the face of Winston, that could be an easy ball that goes fluttering straight up into the air, down into a lineman running at pace the other end. So how about that 3-game parlay? Atlanta, the Texans, and the Packers all for a defensive touchdown.
Oh, and then one other game we haven't talked about, which falls into the same category. It would be the Baltimore game against Cleveland.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, and and what helps, make stuff like this possible is that the weather has to play somewhat of a factor. I don't care where you are. Obviously, if you're in Phoenix or in Los Angeles or where, well, they've got dome stadiums there. But if you're, in a hot weather place, then it doesn't matter. But these places that we're talking about, Nashville is going to be cold. Cleveland, well, we know what it's going to be like there. Giant Stadium, we know what it's going to be like there. So, there's a fact, the weather could, cause a lot of this craziness to happen. It's much more likely to happen now than to happen on September 1st. So I think this is a good time, especially with these matchups. Say, okay, give me Baltimore for one, Green Bay for one, Atlanta for one, and Houston for one. And
round robin together.
Hope that it's a real, hope that it's a real crazy day. because it's a logical play in all four of those games.
Right, makes sense. I mean, basically,
especially at that price.
well, we can stick on this game because I think that's next on the list here, right? Yep. We have one more game after this, actually. So Ravens 7.5, 39.5. I mean, are they doing Shedeur Sanders dirty by just not giving him any reps? Do they got to throw him in there like just at some point just to see him? Or are they really going to let Gabriel just look as bad as he does?
Well, this is kind of one of my pet peeves in sports. Is the fans don't don't deserve anything.
Right.
It's like we need to see Sanders play. No, actually, you don't. This is our team, and we're doing what we think is best for our team. We know exactly how good Sanders is. We see him in practice, 5 days a week. We know what he's capable of, and that's what's important. It's not important that you get to see how good he is or as bad as he is, especially when it's going to come at the expense of a game. Hey, you want to come watch one of our practices on Monday? Knock yourself out. Come on down. Take a look at them. Draw your conclusions. But to ask us to throw them out there on a Sunday in a real game when 60,000 people here have paid $100 each for their ticket, just so we can say, hey, we saw Sanders play. He's terrible. Now, I personally think he's better than what they've been throwing out there.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that, I deserve the right to see him. No, I don't deserve that right. The team knows that. So I hope we see him. I thought that maybe after last week's performance that they'd make a move, but maybe they're looking for a softer spot. If they're Sanders fans, then you don't throw them in there against a Baltimore team that's gaining some momentum and has a bigger game. Let's wait 2 weeks and throw them in there against Carolina, or against Washington, or against some other team that's playing poorly on defense. So he's got a chance. Now, you want to embarrass him? Hey, yeah, this is his week. Let's throw him in there against Baltimore. Let's show the fans that they're wrong about him and get him embarrassed. Well, we don't want that. So, no, to answer your question there, no, I do not think. No, it has nothing to do with whether I think Sanders is a good quarterback or not. I just think that I trust the team's approach that, we're just not going to throw him into the game so you can see him. That's not a good way to approach the football of the future of a franchise.
All right, $10 wins $52,000 on those defenses to score. Atlanta, Green Bay, Baltimore, and Houston. And if you hit 3 of the 4, and we'll just make those $5 each. That way we're not spending a fortune. We're spending $30 total. So you hit 3 of the 4, you're going to get $3,000.
Yeah, well, that's the nice thing about throwing together all things that have nice prices is that you don't have to hit. You just hit 2 of them. You're going to get your money back.
Right. Yep.
And so that's nice. Then you're playing with house's money, getting that 3rd or getting that 4th one, and man, you can make a living that way. But you got to get those first 2.
Anything you like Baltimore offensively in this game?
No.
Weather
I respect Cleveland's defense. I worry about the weather. I don't think it's going to be a big passing game. I know they'd like to get Henry rolling, but I'm not sure this is the week for it. Cleveland's good enough defensively. I would think Henry would score a touchdown or 2, and then again, you get down by the goal line, and Jackson steals one from him. But I just know that, kind of like Philly with Barkley, that they're only going as far as their workhorse running back can take them. Not that he's their best player, but he provides the balance. And if you're sucked up trying to stop Henry or stop Barkley, then that makes the passing game go. Then that gets the quarterback running. It's just it just helps out all the way around. And I think as we move forward here with both of those teams, it's going to be an emphasis, especially in a game like this, where you're going to win, and so you're not necessarily worried about all the other aspects of the game. This is a game where if they wanted to prioritize getting Henry running, they could do that and still win this game. So this would be a good week for them to really, to give him a big workhorse type day. Get him 22 carries for 150 yards and 3 touchdowns, and then say, okay, now we're really back. Now we're really that force that we think we can be this year, because that's what they need. So I'm not confident that could happen necessarily against Cleveland's defense, but they're going to win this game, I think. And so it's a good week to try to have a game plan like that. So I'm not going to be shocked if, we see him go over 100 yards and we see him get more than 20 carries in this game.
If I wanted to do a 3-game ticket of teams to play under the total, Ravens under 39.5, Tennessee under 37.5, Giants under 42.5. Good. I mean, it's a hard one to swallow because there's such low numbers, but I could see that. I could see all those being under.
Yeah, I think Houston and Tennessee has a chance to be the lowest scoring game of the week. I think that's fair. I think Baltimore and Cleveland should be, right down there too. I'm not. Jameis Winston scares me.
Right.
Both ways. He throws one of his crazy 80-yard touchdown passes, and he throws one to the other team, and now all of a sudden you're basically halfway to this total that you fought so hard, to try to keep under, and now we're giving touchdowns away like Christmas gifts. So, I'm less confident in that game than I am the other two.
And the Packers are actually getting some receivers back. You never know when, as bad as he's looked, maybe Jordan Love's due for one of these 3 or 4 touchdown passing games that we haven't seen at all. All right, one last game. Detroit and Philadelphia. If Philadelphia is going to, and I might be underrating their defense a little bit. If I have a top 5 defenses in the league, they're going to be up there. I think Philadelphia probably belongs in that category. I'm probably going to underrate them a little bit, though. And I think the wrong team is favored. And I'll underrate them in the sense that they're going to have to do a lot if Philadelphia puts up that same kind of offensive output they did last Monday against Green Bay, they're losing this game by a couple of scores. They're going to have to bring something better to the table than what they did Monday night. Because the Lions, as bad as they can look sometimes, they can still look really, really good. So I like Detroit on the road here. I'm not so sure the right team's favored in this instance. Detroit is the underdog, getting 2.5. I love Gibbs. I really do. So throw him on a 2 touchdown list again of running backs. Why not? Your thoughts for this one?
Yeah, what I like is the fact that, that Dan Campbell took over calling the offensive plays last week. Now, was that necessarily going to be a good thing or a bad thing? I had no idea. But the fact is, after watching it for one game, mind you, against not a great defense, but it did show us what he wants to do. And clearly his emphasis is, A, get the ball to Gibbs as much as possible, which was their emphasis at the end of the year last year when they were really rolling. And B, get Jameson Williams more involved. I don't think it's any coincidence that, for a guy who kind of had a disappointing season, that, this was going to be a better year than the year before. He seemed to be trending slightly upward over the years, but he really hadn't done anything this year until last week. And now all of a sudden, he gets 7 targets last week. And when Jameson Williams is one of those guys. You give him 7 targets, even if he only catches 4 of them, he's got a chance for a 100-yard game. Heck, he's got a chance for 100-yard games if he catches just 2 of them. But he was used to getting 4 targets. 7 targets, if that's the game plan moving forward, then he's sitting on, if you drafted him in fantasy this year, you've been disappointed, you've been waiting for him. Well, that to me was the buy side. That's, get him in the lineup. This is not an ideal opponent. Like you said, probably a top 5 defense. But when Detroit's rolling on offense, they're a classic case of good offense beats good defense because they can hit you in so many ways.
Exactly.
And Gibbs last week, like I said, as much as I'd say Williams is a guy who's going to get more action. We got Gibbs last week, 142 yards rushing, 30 more receiving, 18 touches, 3 touchdowns. This is a guy you better be looking out for. And you still got St. Brown, and you still got Laporta. And then, oh, by the way, you better keep a safety or 2 back there because we got Jameson Williams we're throwing the ball to. So, I don't see how any defense can really slow these guys down. Now, like I said, this is the ideal situation. Well, no, they're an indoor team. They're out in the weather. They're out on the road. They're against a good defense. You wouldn't expect a 40-point explosion. But with Detroit, every game they play, you would expect 30 points, and especially the way this new look offense is working. So, I'm not, as confident as I usually am in Detroit's offense, but I do think they're going to put up 30 points in this game. And Philly is going to have to try to match that, and they certainly have the weapons to do so. So I think Philly's going to have a big offensive game here. I think Detroit's going to have for them, an average offensive game. And this should fly over a total that's going to be in the 50 range.
46.5. How about that?
Yeah. I mean, that's reflective of the, Philadelphia's defense. It's in order for the game to go under that total, Philly's going to have to really play well defensively early on, because if they do, and it's a low-scoring first half, then Philly will play conservatively on offense.
Right.
But if Detroit wins that toss and goes right down and scores the touchdown,
they'll force them into it. They'll force them.
You're going to want to double the amount you put on that overplay, because that starts the pinball game really, really clanging. So, and so I just think for the foreseeable future, until it gets out of hand, you got to play Gibbs in some way, and Jameson Williams is going to be, have very attractive numbers for at least a couple more weeks.
Let me, I'll get to those numbers in a second, but I've been plugging some other numbers in because this is the perfect storm. The baseline for these two guys receiving wise, Gibbs is 21.5 receiving. And I mentioned before how Barkley's been on top of his number, 16.5 for him. So I can take them both and get 7-1 odds at 30 yards each. I can get 19-1 odds for both of them to get 40 yards each. And I can get 53-1 on both of them to get 50 yards each. I'm going to climb the ladder with both of those guys. So hopefully I'll have a big Sunday that I can splurge a little bit, because that could really be a dagger shot if I put some hefty money on some, run it back a little bit on some wins from Sunday on Gibbs and Barkley receiving wise. Any thought there?
Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, Barkley had a real nice catch, a 40-yarder in this last game.
Either one can just take one catch is what it takes for either of these guys to go.
Definitely. I mean, Gibbs, I could definitely see this happening, because Philly got a really good defensive line, and it's going to be hard to run the ball on them, and they're going to put some pressure on Goff, and Goff is not a scrambler. So they're going to be looking to neutralize that pass rush by throwing some quick balls early on. And that just means swinging it out to Gibbs. And so I can see him getting 5 or 6 catches in this game. In Barkley's case, I don't think he's going to get 5 or 6 catches, but like you said, he's much more the type of guy. You throw him one screen pass, it's kind of like sending him around the end, and he breaks that one tackle on the edge, and there he goes down the sideline for 40. That's what it's going to take from him is to get him one of those. He might only catch 2 balls in this game, but if one of them is one of his 40-yard specials, then cha-ching, you're cashing, your big ticket. So I think both are interesting plays.
They'll throw some intermediate to deep balls to Barkley once in a while too. You're not expecting it, then oh man, they just hit Barkley down the sideline from 35 yards away. He's done that about 3 times this year.
Right. Detroit is not a great defensive team. And Philly has the offensive weapons to be really good if you give them a little bit of room to operate. And Detroit generally does that. I mean, their big win against Washington. Washington ended up scoring 20 some odd points in that game. So, I can see both teams going over 30 in this game, which should be a really good game to watch.
You mentioned Goff's not the scrambler. Man, he does a real good job standing up to the pressure in the pocket and really getting rid of that ball before he gets clobbered, and accurately as well.
Well, then, that comes with confidence in the system.
Right.
If you've been told count 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, throw it, to this spot, then you're much more confident standing there. It's the guys who, I hate to keep picking on them. Well, actually, I don't hate to keep picking on them, but, Caleb Williams, who drops back to pass, he's looking at one guy, the guy doesn't break free, and then instead of, going to a second guy or a third guy, he's going to put his head down and try to scramble out of trouble, and he gets sacked or he ends up running toward the sideline where all the receivers are on the other side. And it was a big third and 4 play that was scripted for a quick throw to somebody. And this guy's not open, go to this guy. And that's something Goff does really well in quick situations like that, and something that Williams is terrible at. And so you're right. The problem with Goff is when, if you've got his first 2 options covered, he's not going to create something out of that. He's not going to scramble and then throw, become Mahomes all of a sudden and throw a 20-yarder down the field scrambling out of bounds. He's much more likely to get trapped back there and sacked. So all the more reason to throw the ball short, and then bring the defense up, and then, fake one short. There goes Williams down the sidelines for his big score. So, like I said, should be I look forward to this game. Good, good scheduling. Well, I can't miss with
right.
The Eagles, I guess.
All right. We got some good picks.
Williams, what do we got? What do we got on him?
Oh yeah, Jameson Williams. Let's talk about that. He is at 47.5 for his baseline.
Yeah, that's kind of where I thought we'd be in the 40s. That's, that could be one catch. So I like that.
Right.
Yeah, that's, I think that's a solid play.
All right, so we got Jameson Williams. Gibbs is always fun to play with. Barkley. Other picks we looked at with Dave Grandy is Achane. Merritt over 33.5. Looks pretty light. Gadsden for a touchdown with the Chargers. Chargers probably win. 49ers should win by -3. Don't count out Trey McBride quite yet. Denver play around with Franklin once we get some better numbers there. Aaron Jones comes to life with the Chicago-Minnesota game. Jacobs, as good as any player on the board this week for the Packers. Jameis Winston interception. Go ahead and throw that on the list as well. Shakir plus 185 for a touchdown looks good. Defenses to score. We kind of came up with this together. Houston, Green Bay, Atlanta, Baltimore. Don't forget about Rico Dowdle. Don't forget about Warren. Maybe 2.5 receptions is his best play.
we got a lot going on there. But in conclusion, I'll say this: don't sleep in on that Washington
Right.
Miami game, because
Right.
if you're someone who's going to play the guy who gets the most rushing yards, I'm guessing Achan's going to be the favorite in that. But there are a lot of good options out there this week, so maybe that'll drive his price up a little bit. But this happened last week. If you slept in on that first game, you missed the high-scoring running back, and you don't want to do that here, because he could be a key to a lot of different things you do.
Yeah, attractive games this week. Even some of the ones we didn't play are still really good games, at least from a football standpoint, right? So, attractive slate overall, I would say.
Yeah, and fun things to watch. Who would have thought we spent so much time talking about Jameis Winston? Everyone's talking about the Lions and Eagles. That one's easy to talk about. Who could talk about Jameis Winston like us? So, we were the ones that gave you Achan last year as
right.
A guy that was going to break through. And while he didn't have a huge season last year, here he comes. So, we're next year.
No, 2 years ago,
Winston
his
could be
rookie
making
year,
his
2 years ago, he came out of nowhere. Well, he didn't really come out of nowhere, but you're all over him. He killed it his rookie season, right? Slowed down a little bit last year, now back better again this year.
When we give you Jameis Winston, pay attention.
All right, you mentioned your son's fantasy team, and we haven't talked about his team at all. And he went to the playoffs last year. Is he in contention this year, or is he regressing a little bit in year two?
I mean, he's I've mentioned this before, but he's in a 12-team league, which I'm not. I don't play in 12-team leagues, and every time I look at his roster, I'm reminded why. Because it's very hard to reshape your roster over the course of the year, because so many guys are gone.
That's me.
And so it all comes down to, were you right on draft day or were you wrong on draft day? And in his case, I can give him some guidelines on what I think are, who the better players are going to be. But he has no experience playing, and so he'll draft right off a list that I gave him without recognizing that, I already had 3 running backs. And I didn't have any wide receivers yet, but this was the next guy on your list. That's not the way it works.
Right.
And last year when he drafted 3 Lions, 3 Lions backs, counting the quarterbacks, Goff, Gibbs, and Montgomery, I thought, no. Rule number 1, you can't overload on a single team, especially 2 guys at the same position. You just can't win that way. Well, lo and behold, the Lions were so good last year that, it did. He ended up getting into the finals in his league. But this year he comes out and he takes Goff again, Montgomery again, and Williams. And obviously they haven't done nearly as well as the guys did last year, nor have the Lions done as well. But there's still room for that. I mean, Montgomery's been a disappointment. Again, the mindset here of a kid drafting who doesn't really know the NFL, but is only playing because his friends are playing, right? And he's drafting off, he doesn't tell anybody this, but he's drafting off his dad's list, is he had the number 9 pick. And of course, I'm not watching his draft unfold or anything. I'm just looking at his roster afterward. And he didn't have him in order that he picked them. He just had his roster. And I look at his roster, and he had Taylor on his team, and he had A.J. Brown. Those were clearly his top 2 picks. And I rated Taylor 10th, and he was picking 9th. And so I said to him, why didn't you pick the guy I had listed ahead of Taylor? And he says, I did. I said, no, you didn't. You don't have anybody higher on the list than Taylor. He goes, yeah, I drafted Brown. And I said, that's St. Brown, not H.J. Brown. And he goes, I was wondering what the ST stood for, you know, and so I said, oh, so you took A.J. Brown in the first round and then got Taylor in the second round. And he said, yeah, oh man, he felt so really bad that he had screwed up, because you make a mistake like that in the first round. In a 10-team draft, you know what, we'll make up for it. In a 12-team draft, where your third round pick doesn't come up until number 33, you know, you're not getting the kind of player who's going to make up for the fact that you screwed up in the first round. And so he's been fighting that uphill battle all year. And like I said, in a 12-team league, waivers are not helping you that much. And so his team has struggled. He made a nice trade, but he's he needed this win last week to kind of stay in it. He was 2 games behind the last playoff spot, but playing one of the guys in that spot last week. Went into that Monday night game ahead by 41 points.
Wow.
But the other guy had not only Jacobs, but the Philly quarterback. And so, like, you know what? I think he's, I still like it. And it was such a low-scoring game, but yet they did just enough that it came. He was only ahead by 6 points toward the end, and Philly's throwing bombs, and game might go into overtime. The game went into overtime. He was going to lose because, like I said, he only needed 6 points from those 2 guys, and after struggling the whole game, and he's winning, and oh no, why are they doing this? Well, anyway, he ends up holding out. So now he's only 1 game behind the last playoff spot. And he's got a good, solid roster. I mean, off the top of my head, he's got Goff as quarterback, got Taylor. I mean, obviously that's good. Got Chase Brown as a second back, who's fine. In Montgomery, this is, I guess you call his third back or a flex. The receivers are Egbuka, which is good. But he's also got DJ Moore, who hasn't done much.
Yeah, just hit or miss, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got Watson, who hasn't been great. He has Debo, who hasn't been good. He's been struggling to find a second receiver. Oh, he's gotten, but here's Jameson Williams, who I don't think he's played yet this year, maybe one time. He even told me last week, oh, should I have Jameson Williams in the lineup? You know what? No, he didn't deserve to be in the lineup yet. Now he deserves to be in. So now you put him in there with Egbuka. And, got Taylor on a bye, unfortunately, this week. But with Taylor and Chase Brown and Egbuka and Jameson Williams could keep this up. Then all of a sudden, all right, you know what? In a 12-team league, that's pretty strong. And he's got Ferguson as his tight end, so he's good there. He's got my boy, of course, Aubrey kicking. It's a must on my teams. And so he's a good, he's solid. And he just needs, he still needs the Lions to play well every week, and he's going to have 3 of them in there this week. But that's, only one game out of the last playoff spot, and this team really hasn't hit its big-time stride. I think seems to me I'm forgetting somebody that he has, who's actually, again, one of these guys who is pretty decent, should be doing better than he is. Maybe he's been hurt. I don't know who that could be, though. But anyway, he's having a good time with it. He's more certainly, he's what fantasy football, when I invented fantasy football, this is what I envisioned, is that it's kind of it's a way for people to become more interested in watching the game. And who in the world, especially on the West Coast, who would wake up at 6:30 in the morning on a Sunday to watch a football game? Well, you know what? You got Achane going. You got Merritt going. You know, if you woke up at 6:30 last week and you had Taylor in your lineup like my son did, you know, you're glad you did. That was certainly a fun breakfast. You know, so he's asked him if he watched the game, and you know, he'll say, "Oh yeah, I watched the game. You know, I can't stand whatever the Rams." All right, it's like, well, you can't stand the Rams. You don't even watch football. You know? But whatever it is. So anyway, so he's become a fan, and you know, he plays. You know, he plays on a college volleyball team. And all the guys in his league are from this team or have graduated from this team. So it keeps them all together, and they're having fun away from the court together. And, yeah, you know, like being in a fraternity. So he's really enjoyed the experience. And, you know, I just hope that, you know, his team continues to do well enough that it just doesn't completely sour the experience. But, I think he's hanging in there, even though it hasn't been a great season. So
I always thought that the funnest part of fantasy is when you kind of were just one game out of the playoffs, kind of getting towards the end, trying to fight your way in there. That's when it's the most exciting to me.
Well, absolutely, and that's in the old days. There were no playoffs in fantasy. It was not created as part of the original game. So you just played 17 weeks. And in fact, it wasn't even head to head. And so the guy who scored the most points at the end of the season, was the champion. And so, and then it started to become head to head, and then you threw playoffs in there. And then, it's become a much better game, and the playoffs have really added to it because it's shortened the season. You know, it's made these first 13 weeks or whatever more important. And now you get into the playoffs, and now it's a completely different game. You could even draft. I've had like you. I've had Ayuk sitting on my injured list for all year, just kind of hoping that he would come back and be a difference maker for me in the playoffs. And we'll see if that pans out. I mean, if he does come back and does start playing well, then it'll give me a better chance down the line. So it's really been I've had probably more joy playing fantasy football than anybody in the world. It's something that I've done for 40 years. It's nice to get others involved in something where, they come back to you and say, "Oh my God, I got to tell you about my fantasy team." You know what? I'd much rather talk about that than politics, where I don't know anything, and I don't really care. So, that's a nice part of the experience.
Bring us another beer, we need another
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shonen Night. Never feel how I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stayed all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stayed all night, no, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay
Colson
all
Yankoff.
night.
Colson
I'm gonna
Yankoff.
stay all.
Good morning. This is
All
the
right,
round
Todd.
robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network, 9:49 a.m. on this November the 16th, 2025, broadcasting live from our Deep End studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. We have a football game on right now, 6:35 and counting left in the first quarter. Miami 3, Washington 0, and we welcome in our Washington expert, co-host of the show, Dave Metzger. Dave,
Good morning, sir.
good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well.
Hockey on right now too, Dave.
Yeah, we got a little global series action going on.
Yeah, from Stockholm, Sweden, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Do we have an updated score?
You know what? Let me
A
check.
game
on
I
that.
meant to gamble on, but I did not, and I'm going to slap myself silly for not doing it because I see it right now.
Oh wow, 3-0.
3-0
Pittsburgh.
Penguins, and I loved the Penguins for over 1.5 goals at what? Maybe 4-1 in the first period.
Yeah, that would have been a great
Ah.
price. That would have been an excellent price for that.
So I missed the boat basically listening to our show and doing this. But that's okay. We try to win this with football this afternoon. You know, it's not like I was thinking long and hard about it, but I was like, you know what? I just feel like Pittsburgh is going to win this game. They lost the other night. They've been there a couple days. They'll come out with a better effort, and they'll score quick. Sure enough, 3-0. Let's see, Dave. State of the art of the union of your Commanders. Let's just knock that out of the way. I mean, they have the ball. They're attempting to put points onto the board here in a second. You're trying to set an NFL record, I believe, by your 5th straight 20-point loss in a row, if that were to happen today. So things have not been, they've been gloomy, injuries. I get it. So, I mean, what are the fans thinking over there?
You know, Steve, I mean, I guess it's just you get the fun Madrid game. So there's the factor of that if you travel to that or you're watching it, prime time, I guess it would be. But Steve, I don't know, man. I think it's about a draft pick now, 3-7. That's pretty much your season. So, I mean, just look at you name me a more banged up team than Washington. That's just how it goes, Steve. That's the NFL. Things have not been what we thought they would be. You can make an argument for letting Mariota go the rest of the way out and have Jaden be as healthy as he can be. You would hate for a repeat scenario in a week 15 game that just really means nothing but getting him some reps. So a lot of decisions there in the coaching staff and whatnot. So we'll see what transpires there, but just a year derailed by injuries and again, not what we thought it would be. So hopefully they address the depth, Steve, because that's the one thing I said since preseason. You think of those games, it's just preseason games, but you do get to see the depth of what you have with your team. And I did not like what I saw, not even a little bit. I knew it was going to be a concern. Surprise, surprise, it was. So hopefully that gets addressed, Steve. We'll see what they do in the offseason, and hopefully next year is what we thought this year would be.
What's up with Rodriguez Jr. and Krosky Merritt? Now, Rodriguez Jr. had all the favorite lines as the running back. So is he the number one guy now?
I knew, man, I really wanted to play Rodriguez. I had a feeling that he was going to get the majority share back there. Krosky Merritt, man, he just hasn't been there in the last few weeks. Rodriguez, he does produce when he's out there, Steve. So I did have the feeling that it was going to be him a lot today.
All right. And I do have Krosky Merritt. We'll see if they get into the end zone now as they get another penalty against Miami on a pass interference. So we'll be down around the 5-yard line. This should answer a lot of questions. Here's going to be the goal line ball carrier here in a second. Actually, they're down at the 11. And we got number, I don't know who's in there. It looks like Rodriguez to me, but I could be wrong. Let's see.
Yep, that's Rodriguez, 36.
Handoff of the middle for about 3 yards.
I did take him for an anytime here live real quick just because I feel like he is going to score today.
Up on the screen, too, if you guys were just listening and not watching on the YouTube, that's fine. That's what we want. But if you want to peek at your phone, we do have some tickets rotating up on the screen. Maybe a screenshot those and while you're watching this football game, give it a whole screenshot and you can review as needed. We have a Dolphin down on the field. And if Nephew Dave seems very distracted this morning, he's just watching this game. That's going to be just the bottom. I was thinking about offering his seat to the Ant-Man so he could call in and sit and watch the game and focus a little bit better. But he's in here working hard and watching his team. I think if this was a much more important scenario, you would appreciate that gesture.
Absolutely.
I think after the last few weeks, you're willing to sit in your number 2 over there. A couple emails on our YouTube chat here. The True Allah chimes in again. Anytime touchdown for him today. T. Higgins, Josh Jacobs, Jackson Smith, and he likes Jahmyr Gibbs for 2. And Mr. Shane Stevens chimes in. The WCW was better than the WWF. I agree, Shane. But NWA was better than the WCW before that changed hands. So if you can recall all that, the original. We used to go to the Friday Night Scope, Dave. Me and my dad watched Ric Flair and the Four Horsemen and the Midnight Express, the Rock and Roll Express, the Road Warriors, the whole cast of crew. So the good old days of the Norfolk Scope Wrestling. Magnum TA, local favorite around here. All right, I'll do the Survivor since you can watch the TV a little bit better. And we'll get the updated odds as well. Again, I'm going to be disgusted at this Pittsburgh Penguins game. Under the radar hockey this morning from Sweden. All right. Survivor pool, if you have it left. Updated lines as well. Minnesota now 2.5, 47.5 against Chicago. I think you could use Minnesota today.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
We'll get more to that. So you sound a little uncertain there. The Packers minus 7.5, 42.5 at the Giants right now. I'll pass because the Packers are overrated to me, and they're not going to convince me otherwise at the moment.
Scary enough, Steve. I got one pool left, and I am taking the Packers today.
I have 0 pools left, so I'm not taking anybody. I'm not sure who I would actually take yet. We'll go through the whole list before I determine that. Atlanta minus 3.5, 41.5. A pass for me on Survivor.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Chargers minus 3, 43.5 at Jacksonville. If this was a home game, I'd consider the Chargers on the road, East Coast morning game. They play much better at home and at night. Pass for me.
Steve, I don't know. I think I would take them today, actually.
Really?
I think so.
So that's Rodriguez again?
Yeah, 36.
What happened to Krosky Merritt? Did they just not like him?
I guess, Steve, I don't know. That's just the mountain of questions they have going on with this team. I have no idea. Rodriguez his output has been much better. So give it to him again. Let's check a box.
It looks like he might be checking out. Actually.
Yeah, I think so.
No,
or Chris
checking.
Moore. I didn't play that ticket. God damn it.
32's in there. Who's that?
32 is going to be Merritt's 33. So that might be McNichols. That's what you call him. God damn.
Mariota does not get in. All right, I got to focus. Pittsburgh minus 5.5, 48.5. Pass for me.
Yes, pass.
Bills minus 6.5, 46.5. Pass for me.
Pass.
Houston minus 5.5 at Tennessee, 37.5. Pass.
I think you could use Houston if you still have them.
All right, I have interesting stuff to say about this as well. Seattle is catching a field goal, +3. Rams -3. That's a false start penalty. Yeah. Get Krosky Merritt in there. 48.5 is the total pass for me on Survivor.
Great game, but yeah, definitely a pass.
49ers -3.5, 48.5. I would consider the 49ers today.
I would as well.
Chiefs -4.5, 44.5 against the Broncos. Pass.
Yeah, pass.
Ravens -7.5, 38.5. Windy scenario in Cleveland. I can see the Ravens, but pass.
I think you could take the Ravens, trending in the right direction.
Lions and Eagles, nobody's taking that.
Nope.
-2.5, 46.5. And you got to be out of your mind if anyone's taking the Monday night game. Dallas minus 3.5, 50.5. That's you're waiting all week to do Survivor for Dallas and the Raiders on Monday night. Then please. The Commanders settle for 3. We are tied 3-3.
Steve, do you have the hotline number flashing across the bottom of the screen? Because if you're waiting for Dallas, then you may need to take a look at that.
All right. So that is Survivor, and your pick is Dave.
I'm gonna go with the Packers today.
Give me Minnesota.
Oh man, that's why I'm curious to see what you think of that game when we get to it, Steve.
Plain and simple, because we're going to get to it right off the bat, because it's the first one on my list. As we go through the entire list of games right now with Nephew Dave, and we'll get the Ant-Man to chime in here in just a few minutes. Let's see where we're starting. Right at 10 a.m. Eastern. Perfect. All right. So let me rotate one more ticket through. I got some interesting tickets. We'll go through all of them at the end. In our first game on the board is the Minnesota Vikings and the Bears. The Bears taking money too a little bit this morning. 2.5 now for the Vikings. 47.5 is the total. And when we last saw Minnesota, we saw J.J. McCarthy kind of stink it up a little bit. The Ravens kind of stymied him. It was a much lower scoring game than I thought it was going to be. And the Vikings were a complete disappointment. I mean, we have seen bad Viking teams. We have seen good Viking teams in the course of this season, and you never know which one you're going to get, literally. They can lose by 40 or they can win by 40. They basically have done both. So Minnesota, as schizophrenic as it comes. So, yeah, why not? Let's make them our Survivor pick. But more importantly, how about this? I've been on the Bears bandwagon. I've been a Bears guy. The Bears have done me right. They've won me some bets. They've been checking the box for me. So I feel pretty good about how I've been playing with the Bears here. And I thought that they had a better chance than what they did last week. They've kind of let me down a couple times in spots, Dave. And Doug Grandy kind of said it himself. It's like Caleb Williams when he has the easy dump-off pass. He throws it a million miles per hour at his running back, like right at his helmet. Like, come on, man. You can't do that kind of thing. Now we don't have DJ Moore. He's out today. All right. Roma Dunze is a little banged up. Their secondary is a sieve. They are not very good on defense. And they're going to go to a division rival, which I get it. This kid McCarthy looked like garbage last week, and he looked much better the week before. But this is going to be a much easier defense than what I think he faced against the Ravens. And even the Ravens, when they look bad on defense, at least they have veteran names over on that side of the ball who can pick up the slack at times. I'm not so sure the Bears have anything like that. And I just think this is a bad spot for Chicago overall. Just on paper today, we're waiting for Justin Jefferson to absolutely explode at some point. Del Grandy brings up a great angle in which Aaron Jones really is the featured back now. They've phased Mason out. You feel like now that he's healthier, Aaron Jones is just getting a little bit more of the ball. He might be the one that kind of counterfeits things at the end of the day for Jefferson. But I expect the Vikings to put up a lot of points at home here. I could see them scoring into the 30s, and I could see a big day on the ground and through the air. You're getting good numbers to do so. Let's take a look at the passing props first for this game. And I think this is a full green light on Minnesota's side, at least. The DJ Moore injury is going to be concerning because I think that just makes things easier to cover these guys. And the young receivers for Chicago have yet to really prove that they can be as dependable to take over a football game as that whole collective unit if they were to have a DJ Moore. As we have first and 10 for the Dolphins, a nice little 5-yard pass out to Achane. If you have Achane receiving yards out there, you'll be rooting for plenty of those passes today. But we got 222.5 for McCarthy passing, 222.5 for Caleb Williams. If anyone's going to get over that, it's going to be McCarthy. He is, for his passing touchdowns today, 2 is at minus 158. 3 is at plus 235. I don't want to do that just because I think the Aaron Jones factor does come into play because of how young McCarthy still is. Let's not get cute. Let's give it to Jones. Close to if you're a smart coach, at least that's what you're going to do. Let's not get too cute here. Let's just give this to Aaron Jones a couple of times and try to get into the end zone. So I really do like Jones. The receiving prop numbers, if you want to look at the low hanger guys, I mean, you're getting some low ones. Cole Kmet's 8.5. You might get more opportunities for the Bears today. Aaron Jones, 19.5. I think he's live to go over that. You could have a couple of setup screens. Here goes Achane running down the sideline, and he runs out of bounds for Miami as they cross midfield. I do see a flag. Would it shock you if this is a flag fest, Dave?
Not at all. Oh, man.
DeAndre Swift, 17.5 receiving yards for him. Luther Burden, the third, 19.5. Zacchaeus, 23.5. So there's plenty of low hanger number guys. If you want to get involved here, Colston Loveland, 26.5. And what could be a higher scoring game? I mean, you're not looking for a lot for guys like Cole Kmet to get 25 yards,
Right.
25 yards for him is at 4-1. So there's some interesting numbers. I'll notate the low hanger receivers on some more tickets that I'll be building and take a look at for all of those. Rushing prop wise, the quarterbacks, McCarthy is at 24.5. Caleb Williams, 23.5. Interestingly enough, Monangai is at 32.5. Jordan Mason, 29.5. I would look at that under, to be honest. That's not a bad one. Aaron Jones, 55.5. DeAndre Swift, 54.5. Yeah, Jordan Mason for 30 yards when he might not see many carries at all. Looks like a decent under to me. I'm just going to mark that down. I'm going to try to find a couple easy peasy unders to go with on a ticket. Touchdown scores in this game. And then I'll give you one more official breakdown by me and turn it to you, Dave. Let's see. Jefferson's even money for 1. Aaron Jones is plus 130. Swift plus 140. Addison plus 165. Oh, there is DJ Moore plus 210. So I guess he is going to be in this lineup now. Monangai plus 185. Adunze plus 170. Colston Loveland is at plus 290. 2 touchdowns today. And we do play a 2 touchdown madness ticket that we play along with you guys. It's been getting decent traction. There's been guys scoring on there and even 1 or 2 guys getting 2 touchdowns on some of those. If we can just get a third one together, that'd be great. But 2 touchdowns today. Jefferson pays great at 7-1. Aaron Jones is almost 10-1. Swift 10-1. Monangai 16-1. Adunze 14-1. Addison 13-1. DJ Moore 18-1. Jordan Mason 22-1. Hawkinson 22-1. Caleb Williams 35-1. Naylor 33-1. Loveland 30-1. McCarthy 40-1. Zacchaeus is at 55-1. Luther Burden is at 80-1. All right, so I guess we do have some DJ Moore. He was trending out, and now it looks like they snuck him in here. Just give me the Vikings at home. The bad spot overall on the road for the Bears. Cheap number to lay, so give me Minnesota. What do you like, Dave?
Steve, I like the Bears in this one. I don't think the secondary is as bad as people think. And if it looks that way, it's because they have a real problem up front. The run game against them is where you want to go. And when they're not getting much pressure, you're leaving all the DBs out there to do all the work. I mean, you got to help those guys out as athletic as they are. So there is the personnel here for an over type of game. Steve, I took the Bears, I think, minus 5.5. I moved that around to get a number out of it. I just like that the Bears playing better. And like you said, Minnesota just hot and cold, hot and cold. You don't know what you're going to get out of them. And that's just the fact that the point that I don't like there. I think we have a duel of the running backs today, Jones versus Swift. I would play the props, and I would play anytime, pair those two together. But, Steve, here's what I'm thinking. We're going to play each team with a touchdown and a field goal in each half in this one. We're just going to start off right off the jump here with this game. These seem like two teams that could score 10 points on each other in each half. So we're going to ride with the prop bet, but I do like the battle of the running backs, Steve, and I'm going to give the Bears the benefit of the doubt on the road.
I do like your angle with the field goal and the touchdown. I can see that in this game.
We have it at 14-1 at the moment.
Interesting. Maybe I do discount the Bears. I've been on them. Yeah. I don't know. I have a sick feeling in my stomach now that I have the Vikings and it's taking on the Vikings here. There's no backing out now.
You're locked
Maybe
in now.
Yeah, you're convincing me to back up. Okay. Next game on the board. The Green Bay Packers and the New York Giants. The Packers are 7.5 and 42.5. They're your survivor, Dave. Tell me how the Packers rebound after a couple of losses here and their offense looking very, very pedestrian.
It doesn't look very good at all, Steve. I will say that. But I just have to believe after a disappointing game last week that you have an opportunity here to kind of right the ship a little bit against the Giants team that in its own is banged up as well. Packers at least defensively decent anyway, so that could spell a little bit of worries for the Giants. They got Winston in there today, so maybe that makes this game fun. He's a gunslinger. So, Steve, I just think with the Packers still 5-3-1, everything in front of them to play for. Giants in a spot where you're maybe thinking about a draft pick there. Your running back is hurt. I mean, your top two candidates to throw to are going to be Wan'Dale Robinson and Theo Johnson. And now, while they have been a nice, at least Theo Johnson, a nice little surprise. I mean, really, with that cast, you're going to beat a Packers team that's in a better class, even though they're maybe struggling a little bit in their own eyes. So, Steve, at the end of the day, I just got to think Packers the better class of team. And this is a really good spot for them to go 6-3-1 and really keep pace in that good division over there. So give me the Packers over the Giants today. Josh Jacobs anytime. Not a great number there, but, probably go for 2 on that. It's still not a great number, but just better personnel there with the Packers, Steve.
I've got Jacobs for 2 touchdowns today. Go ahead and put Winston down on our interception list.
All right.
As we start a quarterback list to throw interceptions. Obviously, you have to do an ode to Jameis Winston and bet him automatically. In fact, he's the only player where I've seen alternate interceptions for. You never see that except for Winston here. As the Dolphins will try to pop one into the end zone here if they get a chance. Jameis Winston, 218.5 baseline, 221.5 for Jordan Love. Don't forget we have some wind here, maybe messing things up too. Jordan Love plus 350. Man, just waiting for the Packers to break out in their old school fun offense. And I feel like this is the play calling maybe a little bit too.
Right.
And they should pick up the tempo and go 5 wide. They have so many fun receivers. You just feel like they should be throwing the ball around the lot a little bit more. Jameis Winston is plus 680 for 3 touchdowns today. How about that? Low hanger receiver numbers. Bellinger, 15.5. Tyrone Tracy, 17.5. Jacobs, 21.5. Musgrave, 26.5. Here goes Tua, and he's going to get sacked on 3rd and short. On 3rd and 2, why do you not just give it to Achane?
No kidding.
Christian Watson, 39.5, Dobbs, 48.5. As these two teams are, they're the reason why they have the records that they do. Let's be honest. Touchdown scores today. Jacobs minus 220, like you said. That's a big number. Plus 185 for Tracy. Dobbs plus 210. Wandell Robinson plus 220. Theo plus 260. So good numbers on all these receivers. Watson plus 270, plus 280 for Wicks. Man, you feel like he's due, that's for sure.
Right.
Golden plus 280. Musgrave plus 310. The do list, if you recall that from many shows ago. We haven't brought that up in a while. He is do is Mr. Dontavian Wicks. 2 touchdowns today. And I do have Jacobs on the ticket with Henderson and Achane plus 250. Tracy 14-1. Dobbs 19-1. Wandell Robinson 20-1. Theo Johnson 22-1. Christian Watson 22-1. Dontavian Wicks 27-1. Matthew Golden 27-1. Luke Musgrave 30-1. The Green Bay defense 60-1. Bellinger 60-1. Jordan Love 125-1. Jameis Winston 125-1. Isaiah Hodgins, look at that, 125-1. Under the radar receiver, perhaps for the Giants. All right, Dave, we need to do a 2 touchdown madness ticket, and we skipped the game before us, so we'll rewind to that. But do you have anyone in mind here?
For this one, Steve, why not Theo Johnson?
All right, why not? And then do you have one in this other game of Minnesota and Chicago?
Well, I was going to see what you thought about that, Steve, because I think maybe that's a time to use a ringer. Maybe if we're waiting for Jefferson, why not add him in there?
All right. Justin Jefferson, 7-1. Theo Johnson, 22-1. Starts our madness ticket. Just in short, for me with the Packers and the Giants. The Giants, I mean, they lose the coach now. They lost the rookie quarterback injury. They lost Gadabo. They lost the receiver, Neighbors. It has just been a snowball of havoc, really, for that organization. And the Packers just, I mean, they get in their own way, bad play calling. This is just not a game to me that sticks out as one that's super juicy to bet on.
Right, absolutely, I agree.
So if I seem kind of like lackadaisical on breaking down the Packers and the Giants, it's just both of these teams need to prove it to me that they should be bettable. And the Packers should be a fun team. They should be throwing around the park, betting all these receivers for lots of yards. They got nowhere close the other night. Dobbs had nothing. Watson had 20 yards or whatever. Wicks had nothing. And so you're betting all those guys to get 40 yards. I mean, not only are you coming up short, you're getting blasted by it,
Right.
So just a bad taste in my mouth overall with Green Bay. All right, next game on the list. Falcons and Panthers. Dave Delgrande's sneaky over of the day, which is at 41.5 for the total. The Falcons are 3.5. They played this game already this season, and the Panthers won 30-0 in a game that shocked everybody in the first few weeks. Atlanta, again, is Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, schizophrenic, but they seem to be on the low end of things. They can't get a win lately at all. Carolina, just when you wanted to put some faith into them, they lose to the Saints at home. So both of these teams coming off losses. Rico Dowdle's been a beast, obviously, and Atlanta can't stop the run. He's on my 2 touchdown ticket today. He's on everybody's touchdown ticket, I'm sure.
Yep.
Minus 105. I did have a nice hit with Tyler Algier to counterfeit Bijan Robinson. I mean, the fact is this. If they're at the goal line, Tyler Algier is getting the carries. Bijan has the score from outside the 10 or 15 to get his touchdowns. But he is a game breaker, so he's able to do that. Drake London is sick, but he's playing. Plus 115 for a touchdown for him today. Again, just 2 teams that I just can't trust at all. talked about way earlier on the program with Bill Grandy, the ineptitude scale. I mean, both of these teams rank highly on that graph of ineptitudeness. They could turn it over at any time or, make a good, fun play either way. I mean, so I could see how you could get over the total here in a chaotic scenario, plus the fact that they're indoors. For the most part, I just want to there were some good games today, good football games. Man, I mean, some of these are just tougher to bet than others. And I actually think this is one of them. Let's see. Quarterback props. Penix 225.5. Bryce Young 170.5. I mean, they both sound low, but I mean, I want neither. You're getting plus money for both quarterbacks to throw 2 touchdowns. Bryce Young never throws 2 touchdowns. Ever. He can't throw 1, much less 2. Rico Dowdle's 15.5 receiving yards. Jatavian Sanders 16.5. Xavier Leggett. No one's going to talk me into betting him this week after 3 weeks of no Leggettness. 17.5. Jalen Coker 26.5. Darnell Mooney 33.5. Pitts 48.5. Bijan Robinson 36.5. Tet McMillan 56.5. Drake is at 75.5. I like the sneaky overplay. Just kind of root for everyone to try to get the job done here. Bijan's minus 135 for 1. That's actually a pretty good price for him. Dowdle minus 105. That's a good price for him. Drake London is at plus 115. And here go the Commanders crossing midfield. Oh, shocker, another flag.
I think that's going to be on Miami, though.
Okay, all right. Play stands, probably. Commanders at the Miami 30 if it does. Algier plus 170. That's actually a good number. Pitts plus 260. A balanced effort by all, Dave. I think we probably do get some points. I could see this being 27-24, something like that. So what do you think?
Yeah, Steve, I do like the over in this one. I don't think it's going to be 30-0. Again, these two teams should be able to get some points on each other. I have a Dowdle touchdown. You have the same cast of characters. But here's what we're going to do, Steve. We're going to keep it simple, like you said. Maybe not a super attractive game just because they're both coming off a loss. And, you lose the trust factor with these two right as you're trying to build it up, just like you said, Steve. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to keep the ticket going. We're going to go each team a touchdown and a field goal in each half, 20-1.
I like it. You know what? Paired with that Minnesota-Chicago game, we might be cooking with some gas on those two.
Absolutely. And we're going to round robin it. So we're going to take 2 more, Steve. So keep your eye out.
All right. Keeping an eye out for all this for sure. All right. I like it. 2 touchdown scores in this game. Robinson plus 460. Dowdle 6-1. Drake London 8-1. Algier down to 13-1 now. I got him a better number. Tet McMillan 16-1. Kyle Pitts 27-1. Mooney 30-1. Coker 45-1. Xavier Leggett 50-1. Mariota pump fakes, pulls it down, throws to the sideline in the end zone, looking for Zach Ertz.
Did you see Yankoff over there, Steve?
Did he get another run?
No, he was in there though. He's in.
What's he paying for anytime touchdown?
Oh, we're gonna have to look at that.
You like anyone for 2 touchdowns here, Dave?
Oh man, Steve, I think I'm gonna defer to you on this one. Honestly,
right, we'll throw Kyle Pitts in there.
All right. I was really trying to decide who could be in madness there, and I guess you could really pick anybody, but
let's see. Touchdown scores are off the board from what I see.
Come on.
3rd and 10 for the Commanders.
So Yankoff, he's going to be 35-1 for a score.
Interesting. All right, I might have to live play that here in a little bit. Why not? Next game on the board is the Chargers minus 3, 43.5 at Jacksonville. Now, the Chargers, I've said this a million times, are a much better team at home when it's a night game. When they're on the East Coast and it's a day game early, it's a much different story. They are winning. Actually, they did lose to the Giants like that. They won against Tennessee, won against Miami. Did they play Pittsburgh? They played Pittsburgh at home. I don't think they've had any other road trips to the East Coast, but they had to fight to win those games against Tennessee and against Miami. As we have 3rd and 10 for the Commanders, Mariota tucks it
Oh
and
my
gets
God.
sacked.
These two teams are terrible.
I think the Chargers win this game. You know what? I think they win by 10 points or so. They're just a better team than Jacksonville. Better coached, better quarterback. I probably have better skill players. I probably have the better defense. I probably have the better offensive line, although it's banged up. Running game's a wash. So give me the Chargers. Special teams wise, it's probably a wash. They both have good kickers. But give me the Chargers here. I'll take Justin Herbert for an anytime touchdown today because it's the kind of game he would score in. It's the Jaguars. It's on the East Coast. Things might not be going so well. I need to take matters into my own hands. And at 6-1, that's a nice price for a touchdown for Herbert to score today. And we have a Commanders missed field goal.
How about that?
Wow. Travis Etienne is even money to score. Monty Vidal plus 120. Ladd McConkey plus 175. Rondé Gadsden, Dave Dolgrandi's guy plus 185. Quentin Johnston, he's been on fire plus 210. Keenan Allen plus 220. They have a number of receivers here. Jacoby Myers for Jacksonville plus 230. Parker Washington, who we joked last week about him being the favorite to get a touchdown, right? Or for a receiver, and he got 2.
Yep.
So we got to laugh last week a little bit. Just kind of funny watching him. We're like, how the hell is he? You know, it's a bad game when he's the favorite. And sure enough, he gets 2. Trevor Lawrence plus 280. Tootin out of the Virginia Tech Hokies plus 280. Dave's Ami Brown 5-1 for a touchdown. I do like the Herbert at 6-1, Dave.
Yeah, I think that's a great angle.
Give me the Chargers. Give me a Herbert touchdown, and I think they just outclass Jacksonville today. Passing props 208.5 for Lawrence. Herbert is at 252.5. Tempted to take Lawrence under on that, to be honest. If I'm going to do an under bet with like Jordan Mason, Trevor Lawrence just to have a bad day doesn't shock me.
It wouldn't surprise you, right?
Yeah, it just wouldn't surprise me. Good Chargers defense. Passing touchdowns. Look at this. Trevor Lawrence is almost 2-1 for 2 touchdowns. How about that? Herbert over 1.5 is at minus 136. I do have 5 quarterbacks to score or to throw for 2 touchdowns. Herbert is on that list. I haven't talked about any of the other quarterbacks, but that's on screen right now. Justin Herbert is one of my 5 quarterbacks to score or to throw for 2 touchdowns today. Let's see. Low hanger receivers in this game. Diami Brown is at 13.5. Trey Harris 11.5. Vidal 10.5. Etienne is at 17.5. Parker Washington 47.5. There's a catch by Waddle. Quentin Johnston 40.5. Rondé Gadsden 50.5. Ladd McConkey, your favorite, at 61.5. All right, Dave, what do you like in this game?
I like the Chargers as well, Steve. I think I even moved that up, the spread. I think I went to 9.5 for the Chargers. We're not going to go anything here, Jacksonville, right? So I think it's a Chargers spread, alt spread for me. But give me some Gadsden anytime touchdown. He is on a ticket as well. I think he has a pretty good day. I think we could play with some props there as well. But Steve, short and sweet here. Chargers, the better class, alt spread play, and Aronde Gadsden.
We'll throw Gadsden into our 2-touchdown madness ticket
All right.
at 15-1 as well. And I'll take the I just have a feeling. Give me the Trevor Lawrence under passing yards today on my under prop ticket. On the under prop ticket of the week. That's what we should do. Be able to identify 5 things along the way that are all unders. And I think Tua just got tossed around again, maybe.
Yeah.
That was a punt return, right? No, that was Tua.
No, that was 2 on 3rd down.
Wow.
They're bad, dude. They are bad. And when I say that, I mean both of the teams.
I mean, he has a guy he can throw it to right there.
No doubt.
Maybe he can make that guy miss even. All right, they scored 1 million points the last time the Bengals and Steelers played on Thursday Night Football. And that was a great, fun game for us. I think we won some money on that game. Bengals and the Steelers. Steelers minus 5.5. 48.5 is the total. Oh, yeah, DK Metcalf kind of let me down at the end of the day. I had both quarterbacks for 3 touchdowns. I had Jamar Chase for 1 million yards, all which happened. And we have a little bit of win today. They played Notre Dame in the Pittsburgh Panther game on there yesterday on the same field. So I was joking around about wanting the field muddy and all choppy for the Bengals earlier, hide the tarp in the back of the closet in efforts to slow down Jamar Chase and company. They probably do have some bad footing on that field after playing a football game yesterday, right?
Right.
It has to be torn up a little bit. So footing will be interesting today with the Bengals and the Steelers. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if this game somehow played under 48.5. I just wouldn't be. But I'm not going to play it that way. Give me the Jamar Chase props again. I'm going to take him at least for 2. I got Jaylen Warren for some receptions. At 6 receptions for Jaylen Warren is at plus 880. That's a bet that burned me a few weeks back. But I'll try it again on a day game at home where, Rodgers likes to dump it off to his running backs anyway. At plus 880, that's a nice number for Warren just for 6 catches. Passing prop wise, Rodgers is at 229.5. Flacco 252.5. Both are favorites minus money to throw for 2 touchdowns, for 3 touchdowns. Rodgers is only plus 205. Flacco is at plus 255. I'm just priced out of those, Dave. I can't blame him.
Yeah, no.
Roman Wilson is a guy I love. He's been on fire for me. 14.5 yards baseline today for Roman Wilson. So I'll take him over his yards. I'll notate that again. So I probably do want to play that again. Darnell Washington is 15.5. Chase Brown, 24.5. Jaylen Warren, 16.5. I think goes over that number. Jonnu Smith, is it just at 20.5? How about that? I could see that over. Noah Fant, 21.5. Freiermuth, 26.5. That's the problem. Freiermuth's been counterfeiting Jonnu Smith.
Right.
Isis, Yosivas, Isis, 22.5. Calvin Austin the third, 32.5. Higgins, 54.5. Metcalf, 52.5. Chase all the way up to 92.5 for him. T. Higgins at 54.5 isn't the worst either, to be honest.
No, I like T. Higgins in this game.
So I'll mark that down as I have a few things to add to the list for later. Touchdowns in this game for the Bengals and the Steelers. And I don't think I want any quarterback rushing here, right? Rodgers or Flacco. We haven't talked much quarterback rushing yards. The only one I see so far that I like is Herbert. Whatever his rushing yards are, because he gets it all the time. Let's see. I don't know, Dave. Bengals, Steelers, what do you got?
So yeah, Steve, it's funny that you mentioned the quarterback rushing because I had a little ticket that I did last night, and those 2 guys are on it. Over half a yard. is plus money for the two old guys. So I'm going to do that. That just takes them falling forward one time. You know, you can see Rodgers going for 3 yards when nothing's available. Same with Flacco. I mean, you could.
They've done it. They do.
Yeah,
They,
I mean,
they run once or
twice, and you're asking for over half a yard at plus money. So we're gonna nail that down here, Steve. I think it's more of the same from the last game. I think we're gonna see some points. You know, it is a little bit windy there. We saw that on the TV this morning out there in the sports lounge. But I still think we get a game that sees some points. So you got Chase, you got Higgins, Freiermuth, Metcalf. It's the cast of characters here, Steve. So I'm going to go a little bit differently here than what you might think looking at the main menu here. And I'm going to take the old guys over half a yard today.
Shout out to Alpha Cairo, Radford University sweetheart, Kendall, as she is a huge Washington fan at this game today. In this Madrid, Dave, or Barcelona?
Madrid.
In Madrid, Spain. And yikes, to spend that much money to fly over there to see this.
Right. Oh man, Steve, I don't know that I would do it.
Mariota throws a ball about 10 yards over his receiver's head, but there's a flag on the play, and the Commanders get a first down.
All the overseas games, they get all the clunkers, man.
I don't think we get as many points on the last Thursday game. Do you agree with that?
Maybe not that many.
But you still think this is an over?
Yeah, I still think so. Yeah, okay. I think it just even slides with the right up to it.
Even with the wind. Okay.
Yeah,
it scares me for some reason in that regard.
I wouldn't play it. I wouldn't play it as an alternate, but I think I would give it a ride at minus 108.
I feel like you're priced in on the Bengals getting all those points, but like Dole Grandy says, I mean,
well, their defense isn't all that either. If the Steelers can just put something together, you know,
Krosky merits 22.
22, yep.
He catches the ball there. Of course, I was looking for his receiver number this morning. It was off the board.
I was going to play touchdown field goal here, Steve, but the wind scares me in that regard. It does back me off of that.
Right. Another bad pass by Mariota. I mean, it is disgraceful.
It's terrible.
Just give me the Jamar Chase props. I'm going to hope for the best. I'll take Roman Wilson on his yards over, and I'll take Jalen Warren on his reception number. So touchdowns for Jamar Chase, Jalen Warren receptions, receiving yards Roman Wilson, and give me receiving yards T. Higgins as well.
I think your Roman Wilson play is maybe the best play on the board in that regard.
He's been on fire. Oh, look at that. First down.
Yeah, Chris Moore. Man, I had a touchdown ticket, Steve, that was really good, and I didn't fire it in last night. He was on it.
We now have 6.5 money coming in all morning on the Bills. So this line is up to 6.5 now with the Buccaneers, who Tampa Bay traditionally not a very good team and 40 degrees or below. The total is 46.5. Baker is playing with a limited amount of weapons. Abuka is the main facets of that attack today, but still no Bucky Irving. All right. No Godwin. Evans done for the year. The touchdown scores today. Cook is at minus 160. Allen is at minus 115. Ibuka is plus 155. Rashad White's plus 170. Khalil Shakir is plus 220. Tucker is plus 230. Kate Otten plus 260. Tez Johnson 3-1. Dawson Knox plus 390. Gabe Davis back on the Bills plus 420. Look at this. The Commanders trying to approach the red zone. Josh Palmer plus 430. Sterling Shepard plus 490. I can read the Buccaneers like a book. When I've taken them, they've done good. And when I've bet against them or avoided them, they've done bad. And I'm pretty much about 100% on these Buccaneer games. So I got a good feel for this team. this is a terrible spot for Tampa Bay and Buffalo. This is not a good spot at all. And as bad as Buffalo has been playing, I got to think they rebound at home here. I would lay the points. They can win by 10 points or more. I think the Bills do. We talked about this in the sports lounge, me and Dave. I mean, the Bills have nothing but a bunch of number 3 receivers, so that doesn't help. But I think Josh Allen takes matters into his own hands today. And I think that's running the ball. I think that's probably throwing the ball to Shakir, right? He needs to find some receiver today.
Somebody.
To be a breadwinner. I think he's going to pick Shakir out. I got 3 players on a obscure touchdown ticket that no one would really think of today to score 3 touchdowns. And Shakir's on there. Aaron Jones is the other one that we've talked about so far. We'll get to the next guy here in a few minutes. But that's a nice it's a $55 ticket I played. 3 guys to score, and one of them's Shakir. So it's risky, but someone's got to be the breadwinner. It might as well be him. I just think this is too much of a deal for too much of a big deal for Tampa Bay with all the injuries to win in Buffalo. I just don't. It doesn't happen. The Bills are to bet here, and I think you can probably play them on the alt line. If you want the Bills on the alt line against Tampa Bay minus, let's just say 12.5. You're not going to get paid super good, but you'll get a decent plus price. Plus 220. I think they can win by a couple of scores. So what do you like, Dave?
Steve, you know what? I'm gonna disagree. I think Tampa can cover. I know they got some injuries. But the Bills, I mean, honestly, are they wowing you at the moment?
No,
they're not wowing me.
No, not at all.
As you mentioned, a bunch of number 3 receivers. Who's going to stand out? I mean, really. You know, if you look at the touchdown scoring list, right, you have James Cook and Josh Allen. Okay, we understand that much. And then the next 3 favorites are Egbuka, Rashad White, and Sean Tucker. And then you get Khalil Shakir. So that kind of tells you some things that you need to know about the receiving core there in Buffalo. Now, their defense is decent. Does it wow me? It doesn't. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. This doesn't seem to be as stout of a Bills team as we're used to seeing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think Tampa covers here. I know it's going to be cold. But, man, what Egbuka has turned out to be and what he could be in this league for years to come. I was high on him since the beginning. Held out, got him on a couple fantasy teams. I just had a feeling, Steve. And when you got him, you know, I feel like you're always in the game. He is a big target for Baker, game-changing ability. So we're going to go Tampa plus 6.5 here, Steve. Again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm sitting in the lounge later, you know, saying, wow, I'm an idiot. But I just don't think so. I think Tampa at least covers. Maybe they don't win. But I think they have what they need to keep this game close.
Rewinding a hair, we'll throw Roman Wilson 80-1 on the 2-touchdown madness ticket.
Nice.
We'll throw Ibuka on there at 12-1 as a semi-ringer. Just dive, Mariota. If you dive, you get the first down, and he slides. Wherever you start that stupid slide where they mark you, and I hate that call.
I do too. Yeah.
That's a terrible referee rule. That where you start to slide is where you're down. Come on, man.
Right. That doesn't make any sense.
Make it where the guy touches him. You know.
Right. Exactly.
You can put 2 hands on him and not kill him.
Yeah, if he's giving himself up and you touch him, I mean that's how it should be.
Terrible rule. Baseline passing today, 216.5 for Josh Allen, 203.5 for Baker Mayfield. Touchdown passes today. Hey, Mayfield, if you like him, plus 550 for 3.
I might play that.
Plus 430 for Josh Allen for 3. In fact, that's not the worst ticket in the world. Just parlay those 2 guys together. I might do that actually.
Now I think I will give I will give our prop here a chance in this one, Steve.
It is windy.
Is it windy over there?
At Buffalo right there too on the Great Lakes. So,
yeah. All right, yeah, we'll pull off of that then.
I'm not saying. I mean, it's just anytime there's wind and field goals.
Right. It's not a good recipe.
First laugh of the day from the crowd. 3rd and 1 for the Commanders. I've seen Krosky Merritt involved a little bit more on this drive. He's not in there now, but maybe
That's Rodriguez.
Rodriguez can wear himself out a little bit and bring Krosky Merritt in at the goal line.
I'd like him to punch one in, man. Just check our box and move on.
Right. Low hanger receiver numbers today. Nothing is super low in this game, to be honest. Nothing super high either. Because 57.5. I could be talking to his yards over.
Yeah, I think maybe 70.
And Shakir, maybe. Abuka's 57.5. Shakir 47.5. Kate Otten is at 37.5. Knox is at 24.5. We don't have Dalton Kincaid today. Tez Johnson, 31.5. He's been a nice player. Josh Palmer, 29.5. No Keon Coleman today either. James Cook, 11.5. Rashad White, 15.5. Sterling Shepard, 19.5. All right. Got some disagreements. I like it. No, you know what, Dave? I mean, but where this could be a preseason Super Bowl prediction by me, I don't think either of these teams are worthy of a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that's at the moment.
Not with the injuries for Tampa Bay. And certainly
Tampa Bay, we can blame the injuries. The Bills, we can't. We can't blame
exactly.
the
I couldn't agree more.
We can't blame the injuries of the Bills.
It's just I don't know about them this year, Steve. I really don't.
All right, last 1 o'clock Eastern game, 10 a.m. Pacific game, and then we'll take a break as we have 4 games in the late slots.
Wow, did we go through all the ones already?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see.
Holy smokes!
The only game I have left is Tennessee and Houston.
Yeah.
Nah, we've gone through them. How many games are at 1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 games at 1 o'clock. All right, that works out perfectly for our studio. Houston and Tennessee, Dave. How about this? I think Tennessee wins this game.
Oh,
upset alert!
Wow. All right,
they're on the do list to win. Some of these teams, when they're younger, it takes them definitely a while, and then towards the end of the season, they'll start to look like a football team a little bit more, and maybe get a win or two. The Texans with Davis Mills pull victory out of the jaws of defeat last week, basically, and covered the most miraculous spread of all time on the last second interception that covered 1.5 points. If you ever thought 1.5 was, that's why you take the money line, people. To be honest, you would, but the Texans still covered that 1.5. But if you took the money line, you would have been good either way. But it takes that last second crazy interception to make that a 8-point victory for the Texans over Jacksonville in the huge comeback scenario. I think they were 30-1 at one point to come back to win that game.
Wow.
And they'll go to the road here at Tennessee. Now, the thing I like about Tennessee is they're healthier. I see Calvin Ridley back, right? Okay, we still have Tony Pollard. We have Tajay Spears complimenting him now. Elake Omander has been good. Shamir Dyke, right? Decent. And we have questions still about the offense for Houston. So and you know what? The Texans defense didn't look all so great last week either in that victory. They did let Jacksonville get 1 million points. Here's Deebo Samuel. So this game is going to be 6-6 at halftime.
Yeah.
As we have 3 seconds until the half. I just think Houston's ripe for the picking, as they say, Dave.
Interesting.
And you can get a good alternate number on the Texans to win by 5.5, or by even 9.5. If you want to get super crazy, I think the money line's fine at plus 215. I think the points are fine if you don't want to play around with money lines. But if you take them, let's look at a couple things here. And it's not like they need to score a lot, 'cause I'm not so sure the Texans are going to score a lot. But you get 4-1 at -5.5. That allots you that overtime winner by 6. You get 7-1 to win by 10. If you like Tennessee, things like this can happen. I mean, it is the NFL. So give me the outright upset. I'll go ahead and hop on the low hanger fruit number of our man Calvin Ridley is at just at 32.5 receive yards. Give me the over Calvin Ridley receive yards today as well in this game. Titans win. Ridley receive over. If you want to take a Alakeo Manor, his number is right there too. It is at 29.5. Woody Marks is just at 13.5. I think you can look at him over. I haven't played him in recent weeks, but he's been trending a little bit better. Tony Pollard just 9.5 receiving yards. I think you got to play that over.
Right.
To be honest, I think Pollard could have a big game here. Pollard is on my 3-person $55 ticket. It's Tony Pollard, Aaron Jones, and Khalil Shakir. $55 wins me about $1,600 today.
Yeah, that's not bad at all,
those
man.
3 guys can score.
That's really not bad.
And I'm not looking for a 4th, just for 3. All right, so give me Pollard for a touchdown. Give me Pollard's receive yards. Give me the Titans in a win. Give me the Woody Marks receive yards. Give me the Calvin Ridley receive yards. And what could be a sneaky good game for the Titans. Let's look at their team points. That'll be something I'd be interested in as well. The Houston team points under is one I'm interested in as well. 21.5.
Interesting.
I don't think they get to 21.5. Is there a passing prop on Davis Mills? Is that 213.5 for his passing yards? Would I rather have that or 21.5 under? I think I'd rather have the under points than the yards. I think at the end of the day, Woody Marks 61.5 rushing yards. Chubb is at 33.5. Maybe Chubb under. I mean, he's been trending off the field for sure. But all it takes is one run to break that kind of thing. Davis Mills, 5.5 for his rushing yards. Cam Ward, 5.5 for his rushing yards. The return of the Cam Ward rushing yards, Dave. How about that? Happens today.
Oh, boy.
Throw Davis Mills on our interception list.
All right.
So a lot to like in this Tennessee game for me. What do you think, Dave?
So yeah, Steve, we are, we have, this might be the first week in a while we've had this much disagreement. I've already, you make a lot of sense. And for everything that you said, I could absolutely see that happening. Not the year that Houston probably wanted as well or expected. But I got to think at the end of the day, they're just a little bit better. This Houston team really struggling. I think things do get better for them, just not today. Houston's defense, while it wasn't great last week, it has been kind of the backbone of the team. And so with it being one of the better defenses, I see Tennessee maybe struggling to score a little bit. So, Steve, I think I left it right where it is, -5.5 for the Texans at -108. We're going to play Texans on the number.
All right, nice. I got a ticket here. Jaylen Warren, 6 receptions. Calvin Ridley, 6 receptions. $15 pays $1,443 just for those 2. How about
nice.
That? Dave, it's good to have disagreement on the show.
No, absolutely. Steve, do we have Another candidate for the touchdown and field goal at 1 o'clock? Or should we just play the 2?
I think you play with the Seattle game.
The Seattle game?
And I think you play with the Philly game.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I could see that. Absolutely.
So I think that those would be good if you do it that way. So that would be a touchdown and the field goal each half.
Yep.
For each team in the Minnesota-Chicago game.
Yep.
What's the next game?
The next game is the Panthers and the Falcons.
Panthers-Falcons.
So let's see if we're gonna play
Seattle Rams.
We'll get 11-1, so that's probably a good call. They might be expecting that.
And the Eagles and the Lions.
All right, I think that's going to be a fun little ticket there.
All right, so that's it for the 1 o'clock session. I got a full page of notes of tickets I want to add on here. Great, more bets.
More bets.
Yeah. Let's finish out our touchdown madness for 1 o'clock. We need to do that. We stopped at the Buccaneer game. So in this Tennessee game, let's just say I'm right, Dave, with the touchdown scorers of the Titans raising up today. And let's throw in, Tony Pollard's 20-1. That's a nice payout.
Yeah, why not?
Calvin Ridley is, let's see here. I might have to do a straight bet on that. Calvin Ridley is 65-1 today for 2 touchdowns.
Really?
Yeah, so let me notate that. I'll play that. $10 to win 650. I'm on it. All right, Tony Pollard, and let's see, anyone else? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can pick another guy from a second game. So if we have, let's see, you want to go back to this Vikings-Bears game?
Yeah, you want to do another one?
You want to throw a bear in there?
All right, if we're throwing a bear in there, give it to
Swift, 10-1?
Yeah. Why not?
Okay, so our touchdown madness ticket, which is a good one. This is interesting. 2 touchdowns today for Theo Johnson, Justin Jefferson. Again, this is our long shots, but it's more or less mid shots and semi-ringers and 1 long shot. Theo Johnson, 25-1. Justin Jefferson, 7-1. Kyle Pitts, 27-1. Arondé Gadsden, 16-1. Roman Wilson, 80-1. Emeka Egbuka, 12-1. Tony Pollard, 20-1. And DeAndre Swift is at 1,000-1. And if we do 20 cents, well, we can't do the 4s. All right, 82, and we'll get not quite $150. If we get 83, looking at about $2,500. How about that?
All right.
So, DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard, Emeka Egbuka, Roman Wilson, Arondé Gadsden. Let me take a picture of this so I can clear the slate. I'll have to do this on my phone when we get off the air. All right, and we are locked in. All right, so that is Touchdown Madness for 1 o'clock, and that is all your games. All right, good stuff. Let's take a break. Let's stretch the old legs out for a minute. It is halftime, 6-6. Man, if I was over there, if I hated that place, I would really hate that place right now.
Oh, yeah. If I spent all that money to go do that, I would be very mad.
This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. The house band, the Pie Tasters, take us to commercial. We will be right back. After this, we'll hit the rest of the slate and the night games.
Bring us another beer.
She's the one I'm thinking of. That's the name of Maggie May. When we see her, what do we say? Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Bring us another beer. She's the one we're thinking of. That's the name of Maggie May. When we see her, what do we say? Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles now.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
You said it was a waste of time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have her now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
This is the Round Robin on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. I am Stephen Murray, nephew Dave alongside. The Ant-Man scrambling on his tickets. We'll see if we get him on board as well. There's on screen now is my 3-player 1 o'clock trifecta of touchdown scores. A big ticket. I never bet $55 on 3 touchdown scores, but I did today. And they're not the normal ones, people. A little bit off the script here. I mean, kind of normal if you think about it. But I would say this is a sharp play. A very, very sharp play. Pollard, Shakir, Aaron Jones. So screen and shot that, if you will. And we are now into the second half. Washington and Miami, 6-6, Dave.
6-6.
All right, continuing down our list. Let me clear the slate. We'll now start a late ticket for touchdowns, 2 touchdown scores as well. And the first game on the board, 4:05 Eastern. We keep it in the NFC West today in the earlier part of the 4 o'clock window with Seattle and the Rams, the first of 2 divisional matchups at that time. The Rams -3 and 48.5. We're just talking about a ticket in which you want to have each team get a touchdown and a field goal in each half. You try to identify the teams who can score and be able to do that. And these 2 teams certainly fit the profile, right, Dave?
Absolutely. Good call there. That's yeah, absolutely.
Seattle's been a fun team to watch, actually. And right out of the gates this year, I was on the trying to pick a team to fade out of the gate. So, of course, I pick on Sam Darnold. I didn't stay on that train long. I got off it real fast and just kind of paid attention to them. And they've won me over. They're a good team. So I played them last week, and they killed it for me in the late ticket window I had. Yeah, I didn't even really discuss what won it for me last week, but it was in the late window with those favorites and the overs, in which we talked about that being maybe the case here on this program, right, Dave?
Yep.
We were talking about the favorites and overs in the 4 o'clock window, and it was a walk. It was about as walk as you can get to hit all lines and everything with the favorites and the overs in the 4 o'clock window last week. Rodriguez Jr. into the red zone now for the Commanders. Let's see if they can not shoot themselves in the foot.
Right.
For a 4th time or so.
Wow, if that tackle's not made, that's
in the red zone.
That's a touchdown.
So you have any number of scorers today? That's for sure. Puka's minus 130. Devontae's minus 115. Kyron Williams, even money. Jackson Smith and Jigba plus 125. Zach Charbonnet plus 145. He does get the goal line carries over Walker lately. Plus 195 for Walker to third. AJ Barner. This is the kind of game where AJ Barner scores. Debo.
Oh, is that a Debo touchdown?
They do. Debo Samuel into the end zone. Man, I would love to see him 1 yard short, but Debo gets in there, and we have a Commander touchdown. I wonder if they're going to give it to him at the end of the day here. He was kind of going sideways, falling in.
Right, yeah, they're definitely going to take a look at that.
He is. They might call him just a hair short. We'll see. I think they give it to him, but they call him that butt when he hits the ground.
Right.
The tip of the ball is right there getting ready to cross the goal line. Plus 280 for Barner. Rashid Shaheed, 3-1 for a touchdown. How about that today? Elijah Arroyo, 4-1. Blake Corum, 4-1. Don't ever forget about Higbee, plus 410. The Debo touchdown counts. If you're sweating that out this morning, you can put that as a check mark if you're listening to our show and not paying attention to that game, which, I guess you're doing if you're traveling around the country or at a tailgate or something like that. Trying to get all your bets in. 2 touchdown scorers in this game.
No shortage of them either, really.
No, Puka 5-1. Devontae plus 550. Kyron 7-1. Jackson Smith plus 950. Charbonnet 10-1. Walker 16-1. Barner 27-1. Shaheed is at 30-1. Cooper Kupp 45-1. It's a revenge game. It's the revenge game of the week.
Right.
Cooper Kupp 45-1 for 2 touchdowns. Fun game. I think it ends up right around the spread and the over/under, Dave. I wouldn't be shocked if either team wins. I wouldn't be shocked if this game goes under. I wouldn't be shocked if it goes over. But for the fun and sake of it, I'll root for the over. Both of these teams have been fantastic on offense. So why would that change even against 2 good defenses, which we have here? We have 2 good defenses on the field. So give me a slight over and a fun game. What do you like?
Yeah, Steve, I'm going to have to agree with you. As good as these defenses are, the offenses are there to match. 48.5 might be a little bit low. You got everything that you want here on the menu as far as player props and touchdowns. I mean, you get a feeling for what it is. So I don't think we really need to touch on that too much. I mean, it's the cast of characters that you want. Let's call it a green light. Steve, I'm going to take the Seattle Seahawks on the road on the money line plus 142.
I'm going to take Cooper Kupp over his receiving yards, 33.5 today on a sneaky play. But I really want to take Rashid Shaheed over 36.5.
Right.
As I think opportunities for both teams here. I mean, this should be a fun game. Higbee's 21.5. Barner's 23.5. I mean, this is the kind of game where a Barner and a Higbee score. It really, really is. You can't go wrong if you want to do both of those guys, maybe for 50 yards and a touchdown. That might be a fun way to approach things. Kobe Parkinson is 9.5. Kyron Williams is 15.5. Kenneth Walker is at 6.5. Let's look at the number for that just to see. Higbee for 50. Barner for 50 is 32-1 by itself. Now with a touchdown each added onto that. I just don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that this could be happen. 152-1. So even $5 wins you 760. If you wanted to dumb it down to 40 or 30 yards each, you probably could. But 50 yards each, Higbee and Barner for a touchdown is at 152-1. See, that's what the people pay for, Dave.
That's right.
This show is for those kind of bets. And let's see, if we just do them for 30 yards each,
There goes Waddle, big gainer.
I mean, 30 yards for Barner and Higbee each and a touchdown each is 39-1. $10 to the win, 390.
I like it.
So I think there's all kinds of good numbers to be had here. I mean, it's just so many different guys. You can't take them all. You got to weed through them. And who knows? Maybe the right thing to do is just both of these quarterbacks for like 3 touchdowns passing. Again, you know. Let's see. Passing touchdowns for Stafford is at plus 154. And Darnold is at plus 370. He's got a good number for 3. All right, Dave. Anything else here?
No, I think that's a great 4:00 game.
Yeah.
But I'm going to take Seattle on the money line. I got a feeling.
All right, one of my stronger plays of the week, and Del Grande kind of talked me into this because he's local to the team, and we do have injury concerns for the Cardinals, and we do now have Purdy back for the 49ers, and we do get Pearsall back and getting a little bit healthier now, our San Fran. But I think this is a mismatch today with the 49ers and the Cardinals. I think the Niners can win by a couple of scores here. If there is going to be some sort of a blowout, I think it's 49ers over the Cardinals. They should be able to win comfortably. I mean, they have Bam Knight on the Cardinals. We have Christian McCaffrey on the 49ers. All right. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You have Jacoby Brissett, who's demoralized after last week. And we have Purdy, who's trying to probably prove himself and probably eager to get out there and sling the ball around a little bit. You won't see Purdy run today, but I think you have a chance now for some guys to get back into the mix wide receiver wise here for the 49ers. So I'd like the 49ers to win. I think you can take them on the alt line minus 12.5. If they win by more than that, it won't shock me. In fact, I might make them my play of the week on the point spread. Minus 12.5 is at plus 310. I will. So if you want a straight play for the week to win $1,000 on 1,000, and you just want to go old school, I'm 6-3 on the season. Took a loss last week with the Bears over the Giants. So that's the reason not to take Bears, Dave, is they lost to the Giants.
Right.
Give me the 49ers minus 3.5 over Arizona as the Big Steve lock of the week. How about that? We'll try to go to 7-3. Now, I think anyone would say that would be an impressive record if that's the case after 10 games. Now, you may be saying, Steve, it's week 11. Well, I did miss a week because I simply forgot. In my bad professional gambler, Steve. So in my DraftKings 5 picks a week contest, I forgot to do last week.
Oh.
And I'm still picking over 60%.
Hey, that's good.
But still, I kind of needed it. I mean, I took a flat 0 last week.
Right.
I would have gone to at least 3-2 or 2-3. Low hanger receiver numbers in this game. Let's definitely look at some 49ers here. Well, nothing's really too low. Juwan Jennings, 48.5. Pearsall, 38.5. Kittle, 53.5. McCaffrey, 52.5. Michael Wilson, 46.5. Greg Dortch, 28.5. Trey McBride, 76.5. And that's basically it. The Cardinals are down to Michael Wilson and Dortch and Jacoby Brissett as their main trio. That's not going to get the job done today against the 49ers. Even I love Trey McBride. Del Grande says he's worth a shot playing him because that's all they have. I'm still afraid to even play that, to be honest. Oh, here come the Dolphins. Can we get Achane into the end zone? They'd be idiots not to give it to him. 3rd and goal at the 1.5, maybe.
Yeah, I think they'll probably go for it.
They need to run Achane 2 times in a row here. And don't bring in Ollie Gordon. So the 49ers is one of my better plays of the week, Dave.
Yeah, Steve, it's if you need something for the Cardinals, it's Trey McBride, I guess. Other than that, this is pretty short and simple here. I like the Niners in this one. McCaffrey, Kittle, go ahead and queue them up. Too much for the Cardinals. Again, slim pickings over there for weapons. So, Steve, I like the 49ers in a route here.
No Achane either. So they gave it to Gordon, and he stopped short of the goal line. You got to give it to Achane, man.
Really, you do.
They'll go for it on 4th and goal here. Well, Miami. They didn't come across the seas to kick another field goal against the Commanders inside the 2-yard line. How about Dave in his return? Ricky Pearsall, 2 touchdowns.
I was looking at that. I had him on my bench in fantasy too, so I was wondering, is that worth a start? I don't know.
In the other 2 touchdown ticket, who do you want? I know you love some Puka.
Yeah, I do.
You want to just go with him as a favorite?
Yeah.
Incomplete, looking for Waddle. Turnover on downs. Washington stands up at the goal line. Not today, Tua. Bobby Wagner says. All right, Kansas City Chiefs are at Denver. 426. This is simple to me.
Yeah.
The Chiefs are just better at every position. At every equal defense, I think. But they have the better quarterback. Running back's a wash. I do like Harvey for the Broncos. Wide receivers, you got to give the edge to the Chiefs. Line, you got to give the edge to the Chiefs. Quarterback, you got to give the edge to the Chiefs. Now, they play everyone to a 3-point game, it seems like. And the Chiefs have looked terrible for sure at times. So that scares you. But I've said that on the show too. The ownership of the Broncos must all be staring at each other in the owner's box saying, weren't we a lot funner last year? Scoring a lot of points all the time. What happened? And it just hasn't been pretty for Denver offensively. So I'm going to just trust the Chiefs here. Kind of like almost if it is a playoff game. You got to ask yourself, when all things are, I don't know, who do you trust the most? So I'll trust the Chiefs here to lay the number. I might do some sort of an all-line parlay with the 49ers and the Chiefs here at the end of the day. I think this is the day we get Worthy and Rice in for a touchdown. So I would look for that. Both of those guys, let's see. I'm going to say it'll pay close to 5-1, but maybe better today. Worthy's plus 230, Rice plus 125. Yeah, so that's not too bad. 5 to 6 to 1 for both of them. I do like Harvey. Receiving number wise, Harvey is just at 16.5. So you got to take him over. On his receive yards. Let's see. Rice and Worthy touchdowns. You should be jotting notes like me. I don't know. It's just too much Chiefs for me, Dave. I mean, quite simple that way. What do you see?
Steve, I have to agree with you in the fact that the Chiefs, I think, are better at all the positions. I do like Denver's defense, but I guess you could call that one a wash, kind of like you did.
Right.
But I like the Chiefs. I mean, this is a really big game here for both teams. And the Chiefs, in the regard that they kind of have to have it. So I like the Chiefs on the road here. And I think Kareem Hunt heavily involved. I think you can go Hunt for 2 at 6 to 1 is a really nice price. Definitely take him anytime at plus 110. Throw him in a parlay somewhere because he's definitely going to get in today. But Steve, I like the Chiefs in this spot, knowing again that they have to have it in a huge divisional game. So give me the Chiefs over the Broncos on the road today, and give me Kareem Hunt to be heavily involved as well.
Yes, Kareem Hunt on our winning ticket last week. So anytime touchdown scorers today. Hunt is even money. Rice plus 125. Harvey plus 145. Kelsey plus 190. Sutton plus 210. Worthy plus 230. Franklin plus 240. Mahomes plus 320. Evan Ingram 4-1. Brashard Smith plus 420. Bo Nix plus 460. Mims plus 480. Hollywood Brown 5-1. Noah Gray is at 7-1. Tyquan Thornton is down to 10-1. Juju 9-1. So I mean the bench runs deep as far as touchdown scores go. And then for 2 touchdowns today, Hunt is plus 650, Rice 9-1, Harvey 10-1, Kelsey is at 15-1, Sutton is at 19-1, Franklin is at 22-1, Worthy is at 22-1, Mahomes is at 30-1, Evan Ingram 45-1, Rashard Smith 45-1. For our 2 touchdown late ticket, I don't know, Dave, you want to take a chance on Worthy? He seems to be burning left and right, but you figure he's got to be due for 2, right?
Yeah. Let's give it a shot.
So we have Worthy, Puka, and Pearsall. And we'll add we'll do 2 on the Eagles and the Lions game. That'll give us a double whammy for that game. But right now, $2 wins 7,100 for Worthy, Nakua, and Pearsall. All for 2.
Love that.
I do have Mahomes over 1.5 touchdowns scored today on my quarterback tickets as I continue to rotate tickets through. Let's see here. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get the line squared away. Everything's so hard live when you're trying to watch a game as well as do this show. And the Commanders deep in their own territory get a first down. Look
on
at that.
3rd and 9.
First down.
First down.
Too much Chiefs for the Broncos today, I think is the moral of the story.
Yep.
And pick your superstars to score for the Chiefs. Yeah, I think you'll have a good day. How about that? Ravens Browns. Ravens 7.5, 37.5. Now the Ravens have won, but it hasn't been super pretty. Except maybe that 1/2 against Miami and even against Minnesota. Trust me, I was rooting for an over and it wasn't pretty. But they did enough to get by. Windy scenario perhaps today. We know Cleveland has a really good defense. They lose to the Jets their last time out. Ravens winning in Minnesota. Can Cleveland keep this one close, Dave?
Well, Steve, I don't know. Number being 7.5 here. I mean, what are they going to do if the Ravens, defense can step up a little bit? I don't know, Steve. This is a divisional game. I would say, maybe they can. But the Ravens are trending in the right direction, and they are in a spot where they have to have these games. They have to keep winning to catch up to the Steelers. So a big game in that regard with the Bengals today too. So Steve, I'm going to take the Ravens here on the road again, trending in the right direction from where they were at the start of the season. I think it's just going to be a little bit too much for Cleveland. Baltimore finds a way to grind this one out.
Dylan Gabriel is 172.5 for his passing yards. Lamar Jackson is at 205.5 for his. I kind of like that over, to be honest.
Right.
Even in the wind.
Oh, my.
What was that? Is that a safety?
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know what happened. That was ugly. Marcus Mariota losing his footing on the paint of the end zone. Does a face flop. But I guess he got rid of the football.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. There's nothing you can do but laugh at that. Oh, my goodness.
3 touchdowns for Gabriel is at 14-1 today. If you want to try to swing for a jackpot. Lamar Jackson plus 320 for 3 of his own. I mean, a tough run defense, Dave. I mean,
really,
we got to take a. Is it a Raven for 2? Do we take Quinshawn Judkins maybe for 2? What do you think?
Man, I think I do like Judkins. Don't get me wrong. I have him on fantasy. I think he's a solid player, and he will be a good back in this league. But I think it has to be a Raven, Steve, and it ain't going to be Zay Flowers. So how about we go with
Lamar Jackson's 35-1 for 2.
Yeah, yep. Let's see. Looking at the list, you want to do would you do Jackson or Andrews?
Andrews has been scoring a lot, and he loves him. He's 15-1. I feel like Likely is the more candidate to do at tight end.
All right, let's go with that.
If you want to compromise and do Likely.
Yeah, I'll compromise with that.
At 27-1, I think that's still a good payout.
Yeah, and I have it at 28 as well.
All right, so touchdown madness so far for 4:00 p.m. Ricky Pearsall, Puka Nakua, Xavier Worthy, and Isaiah Likely. All right, $2 wins you $200,000 on that. How about that?
I like it.
So for me, it's Ravens or nothing. I just don't have any monetary interest in betting anything Browns. Now, I might throw Junkins on there somewhere later at 650 just to have him.
Right.
Because he could score twice. I mean, if they get close, they're going to give it to him. I mean, it's almost like they freak out. They're so close. Oh, no, we're so close to the end zone, but we have Dylan Gabriel as our quarterback. What do we do? Well, just give it to Junkins. He can run it. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that must be the theory in that case, especially if it's windy.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me.
Right. All right. So don't be afraid to add Junkins to your list somewhere. In fact, I'll jot him down myself. Now joining us, always better late than never, is the man who's only had one losing weekend this season. If you've been following the Ant-Man vlogs everywhere, you know that, you're probably living in Montenegro, driving a Rolls Royce if you're betting heavy. Good morning, Ant-Man. How are you doing?
I am doing quite well. I took a little snooze this morning just to see Deebo Samuel score. So let's see if he can get in the end zone again. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Mariota's going to be throwing on the ball. Is this Josh Johnson, Dave?
Yeah, that's the backup.
Oh boy. Well, I kind of rooting for Miami right now because we need to get Deebo in there for 2 because if he scores again, we got a haymaker today.
All right. Who do you have him with? Out of interest.
I have him with Ibuka, Justin Jefferson, and I think Josh Jacobs.
All right.
And that was part of the Travion Henderson 2 touchdown score.
Nice.
So if Deebo can score today, we're gonna have an interesting day.
We have Achane and these coaches should be fired, both of them, to be honest.
That's just
terrible.
bad.
I figured I'd just throw a quick little inactive. Brian Thomas has been rolled out. Keon Coleman for the Bills rolled out.
Yeah, we see that.
So that was interesting. We already know that Godwin Bucky's out. And Calvin Ridley is active. So that's probably why those odds were shooting up to the moon.
65-1 for 2 touchdowns today, Calvin Ridley.
What else we got?
Well, we did all the 1s and the 4s. So we kind of went over our best plays. What do you, everything that is a day game, 1 or 4, what are your favorite plays? Go ahead and knock them out now.
Favorite plays. I'm going with all of the tight ends. But this all starts at the 4:00 window. So give me Old Kittles, throw me AJ Barner. You guys were debating on Likely or in Mark Andrews. I haven't seen Likely, and against Cleveland, you can't run against them, so they're going to have to throw it. Fired me up with Mark Andrews, and with this Chiefs game, hell, this is a playoff game. If you actually think about it, if the Chiefs lose, which I don't think they will, they're in trouble, like big time trouble. So give me Travis Kelce, what matters the most, and Dallas Goedert for tonight's game. Like I said, Josh Jacobs, Drake London is active. He was he got sick, so he probably apparently he was just on the toilet the entire time. So he's active. Look, what have you guys done with this Steelers Bengals game? I think we're gonna get a little bit of offense finally. So fire me up with some DK Metcalf. In guillotine, I had to pick a tight end. Give me the guy who scored twice last time, Pat Frymuth.
Hey, he's been counterfeiting John. Just when he thought John New was going to break out, it's been all Fryermuth. Yeah, we mentioned that. How about my guy, Roman Wilson? He's been at money every game. Every game the guy scores.
I think he's better than Calvin Austin.
Yeah.
They need it too. It can't just be the tight ends, Jalen Warren and DK Metcalf.
Well, Aaron Rodgers has that trust factor, right? Where he needs to trust you to throw you the ball. I would say he trusts him.
What I'm intrigued on, and I don't see anything yet, but I'm wondering if the resurgence of Marquez Valdez-Scantling is going to come back. They did sign him, so I'm curious if he shows up today. So when we throw our stinker parlay in, it could be there.
All right. Well, put Leggett on that ticket too, because he stinks. And I told Dave no one can talk me into betting him again. But
no.
If you have to do the worst of the worst, throw Leggett on there.
Well, I waste $20 putting Leggett to score twice every freaking week, and you know what? I'm going to do it again this week. I'm hopeful that Jefferson can get in. We already talked about that. My big one is for guys 80 yards and a touchdown. We're going to go with Ladd McConkey, T. Higgins, Puka, and JSN. So if Higgins can get his big one, if Ladd can get his little possession receptions and score, all we're doing is hoping for this Rams and Seahawks game to be kind of, frankly, a future divisional round game. So 80 and a score for those guys.
We have them on the touchdown field goal list for the halves. Rams and the Seahawks. We have that. We have Chicago, Minnesota, Atlanta, Carolina, and the Eagles, Lions.
What about the 33 and a halves? What team's going to score 34 today?
To me, that's Minnesota. Although Dave likes the Bears. I also think a 34-point team could be Buffalo.
In windy Buffalo? Sure.
I think the 49ers are on that list. And I would put the Chiefs on that list. And I would put the Lions on that list.
I'm worried about this. I'm worried about this Chiefs game because all the fans want Denver to win. What if the Chiefs just destroy them?
They're right. Well, just look at the positions. Ask yourself, would I rather have the Chiefs receivers or the Bronco receivers? That's easy. Give me the Chief receivers. Would I rather have Hunt or Harvey? I mean, I like Harvey, but Hunt's probably the right answer. Would I rather have Mahomes or Bo Nix? Well, I would want Mahomes. Well, would I rather have Troutman or Travis Kelce? Well, I'd rather have Travis Kelce. Which defense is better? It's a push. So there you go.
Trust me, I'm playing RJ Harvey today. I'm happy that Dobbins is on the IR right now. But watch Jaleel McLaurin or whatever the hell his name is. Watch him be the primary factor. All I can say with this Chiefs game is Rice for 8 catches and 100 yards and a score, if not 2.
We picked Worthy. I'm worried it's going to be Rice. I'm going to have to put Rice on a ticket as well for 2.
It's going to be Rice.
I think you play. I think you can play Kelce, Worthy, and Rice all for a touchdown, and maybe even Hunt. Those 4 guys, and you might ping all 4 of the Chiefs touchdown getters.
So we're going to be building a lot. So that Chiefs game does not start. What is that Chiefs? All right? That's 4:00. So we got time. Obviously, Dalton Kincaid's out. I'm going back to the unfortunate throwing Dawson Knox to score for the Bills first. I can't help myself. It was 17.
Well, they're very limited now without Coleman, so he's very liable to do that. Updating the hockey game, Anthony. You're from Pittsburgh. Penguins 4, Nashville 0. 1 minute left in the game. And Stockholm, Sweden.
what I'm excited about is my little $5 bet for the Pens to win the Stanley Cup. And the first thing that Dave said was they'll get hosed. They're going to get screwed after about 8 games.
What does he know? His Capitals are terrible.
Yeah, I don't think Dave knows that much about hockey, honestly.
Yeah. I was just kind of guessing.
Well, the $5 that I put on the Pens, I'm right now getting a $5.02 cash out. So right now I'm doing okay.
All right, couple quick fire questions for you, Anthony. Do the Ravens put up a big number against the Browns offensively?
I think they're going to win by about 3 touchdowns. I think Lamar's okay. I think the Browns are going to lay a complete egg. I don't think it's going to be because of Derrick Henry. I think it's going to be because of the tight ends. I also believe that Rashad Bateman's not playing. So I would not be surprised if Zay Flowers gets some yards. But I think Lamar's going to run it a little bit more than you think. He is 100% healthy. I don't care about what any of the media said about his hamstring. Give me all the tight ends.
All right.
I wouldn't be surprised if Likely and Andrews both scored today against the Browns. I think the Browns might score once. So if you want to throw Judkins in, sure.
I
think the Ravens are going to dominate.
My best side play of the week, and I'm talking about a team side, is the lay the points with the 49ers over the Cardinals. I look at the receiving options now that the Cardinals have, in which Wilson and Dortch are your top 2. If your name's not McBride, you have Jacoby Brissett as your quarterback, and you have a very questionable running game. And the 49ers, I know it's just his first game back, and he's rusty, but this has to be the get-right game for Purdy and company. So I love the 49ers in this spot. Do you like the Niners today?
I don't have anyone right now. I mean, Marvin Harrison, appendicitis?
Yep.
So, I mean, it's going to be Trey McBride or nothing else. Now, is Brock Purdy playing today?
Yes.
That'll be interesting. We're going to watch the Cardinals win. But I think San Francisco, watch the Cardinals win, and we're just idiots. But that'll be interesting for media day if Brock Purdy starts and they lose to Arizona. That'll be
if that's bad, Mac Jones is gonna get a lot of run here. We'll have a full blown quarterback controversy potentially.
That is all you're going to hear about on the Monday headlines is Brock Purdy. Why the hell? What is wrong with you? Here we go, Mac Jones. No, give me all the Trey McBrides in this Arizona game. But look, I don't know what I have him paired with, but McCaffrey didn't score twice. He didn't score at all last week, so I'm firing him up for 2.
I haven't had an upset of the day all year. I pride myself as a professional NFL handicapper. You always have to, if you're going to bet one bet on the board, why are you going to lay points when you can take points somewhere? So give me the best bet of an underdog in my mind. And today, I love Tennessee plus the 5.5 and to win this game outright. Today, I think the Texans are ripe for the picking. Do you see an upset in Nashville at Nissan Stadium today?
Home game, no CJ Stroud. They're already in the hellhole right now, so not be surprised. You got an over/under that's at 37.5. Tennessee has looked like absolute dog shit. You're a big fan of Calvin Ridley. Let's fire it.
The other player today that I'm going to look at in that game is, how about Cam Ward over 5 yards rushing today? 5.5.
I'm going to give you my upset special, and it's funny that I already chatted about the Cardinals because that line has not moved. and that is concerning. So I'm wondering if the books are kind of on eggshells, thinking, is Brock Purdy really the answer for this game in Arizona? But I'm going to give you the one that no one's really going to agree with. And I 100% agree if it completely blows up in my face. Jacksonville's going to win today.
Ah, interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Ryan Thomas. Oh, Jacksonville's going to win today.
All right. Good upset by the Ant-Man. One more for you. We have a low over-under in Atlanta with the Panthers and Falcons, 41.5. Can you see this game flying over the total as a sneaky under-the-radar game?
The over-under. Well, actually, it started at 40.5 this morning. Now it's up to 41.5. Not much, but look, when you're in the dome, you're going with a division rival, and guess what? Carolina's not that bad.
Give it to him again.
Yeah,
Achane tackled at the one.
That's happened to him 3 or 4 times already this game, I feel like.
Really?
I locked myself in the room, so I can't see. So, yeah, you guys do that. Give me all the Bijan Robinson receiving yards. Steve, I'm actually taking Bijan to have the most receiving yards in this game.
You know what? Let's see what that line is. I actually have him for over 50 today. The most receiving yards in the game. And now, as Ollie Gordon is going to get the touchdown for Miami, which is disgusting.
God, dude.
Did he really score?
Yep.
Of course he did.
I don't care. Hey, it's tied. It's tied. Now give me Debo. Give me Debo for 2.
The player with the most receiving yards.
Do I click on that?
Oh, that's on game special, right? I think it is. Yes, specials receiving. No, not there.
Can't find it. Although this is interesting.
Yeah, why don't they take it?
Although Bijan and Drake London to combine for 300 receiving yards. Jesus.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'm not going to bother with that.
Well, the thing is, if you were to plug in their odds, you're going to get a better payout. If you just bet it like a parlay, you'll get paid better than the special. I've learned that trick too.
I've also
That's why
learned
I'd be wearing the
betting
specials.
I've learned that betting game specials is nothing more than a scam. I'd rather talk to the guy overseas about my extended warranty than bet game specials.
Dave, how many quarterbacks do we have to have an interception on our list?
Steve, we only have 1 right now.
Jameis Winston.
We did have we had Davis Mills too.
Yeah, throw Davis Mills on there. Throw Jameis Winston. Anthony, give me someone to throw an interception today.
Dylan Gabriel.
All right, I'll give you Jacoby Brissett.
All right.
Dave, you pick the last.
All right. Let's get to the. Oh boy. Cam Ward. Do we have Cam Ward?
We have that same. Can you do the same game? Yeah, you can do the same game. Yeah, throw them on there.
Yep.
I do have 4 defenses to score a touchdown today, and Houston is on that list. Atlanta is on that list. Green Bay is on that list, and also I have the Ravens on that list. Night game, we have a good one. Detroit and the Eagles. This is easy to me. Give me the Gibbs receive yards because it's only at 21.5, which is a joke to me. And give me the Saquon Barkley receive yards because it's only at 16.5, and that's a joke for me. Go ahead and cue up your popcorn parlay of the day with Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon Barkley, and build those guys through the roof as high as you want to go in the game that's going to be perhaps the funnest of the year, where the Eagles gave you the big dud of the year. That was because it was against the Packers at Lambeau Field. As slow as – see, the Eagles played great. They played nice and slow because they knew the Packers would not be able to get into any kind of rhythm, which they won't be able to do. That won't be the case today. The Lions, even against the decent Philly defense, will find a good rhythm. They will get the ball into the end zone plenty by themselves alone, which will force the Eagles to throw the ball more, play a faster pace, and they'll be able to get their points as well. Because at the end of the day, the Lions defense isn't the greatest thing to write home about either. So a game that could feature many points. Give me all the receive yards for Barkley because he gets it every game. Give me all the receive yards for Gibbs because he gets them most of the time. Passing prop wise, I have Goff over 1.5 touchdown passes somewhere, right? He's at plus 102. Hurts for over 1.5 is at minus 116. If you want to take 2 touchdowns today for Gibbs and for Barkley, I'm all good with that. Jahan Dotson baseline receiving 6.5. Brock Wright 15.5 is a cheap number for Brock Wright tonight because we do not have Laporta Potty, and there will be a tight end that will get involved for the Lions, and it might as well be Brock Wright with a nice meager 15.5 yard baseline. Khalif Raymond 17.5. Montgomery is 11.5. Barkley again that meager 16.5. Gibbs with that meager 21.5. Goddard is at 37.5. Anthony loves him, as I mentioned before. Jameson Williams 53.5. Devontae Smith's been having a great season, even though he doesn't get the ball much. 57.5. AJ Brown could definitely break out tonight, 62.5. And St. Brown could have a great game too, 77.5. A lot of fun players on the field. You might argue, though, that the Seattle Rams game has more superstars running around, you know? But nonetheless, a fun NFC game here tonight. I think we'll get points aplenty. If you want to take the over team points for the Lions, it is cheap. Just 22.5. The Lions are going to score 22. You think the Lions are really going to score 20 points in this game? No, not at all. They're going to score 30. And the Eagles over 24.5 looks like a great bet as well. So lots of points, lots of opportunity. This is a full green light game for me. 46.5 is too much. I mean, if this is going to be 38-34, that's 72 points. Your alternate total points tonight.
There's going to be more fireworks. There's going to be more fireworks in this game than you think, because a lot of this recency bias of that terrible Monday night game with the Eagles and the Packers, and we saw what Detroit did to Washington. But hey, guess what? Washington kind of stinks. Now this is another NFC. This is a possible NFC Championship game.
You get 12.
Yeah, absolutely.
Play a popcorn parlay here. You get 12-1 for 70 points combined. You get plus 420 for 60 points combined, and play the straight over at 46.5. And once you get that straight over, you'll be in the bank.
I'm also going with the squeaky wheel theorem. AJ Brown today, because it wasn't the fact that he only got 2 catches on that Monday night game. He got 3 targets, 2 catches on 3 targets. AJ Brown to go off for. I'm going to go with one, definitely over 100 yards, definitely a score. I wouldn't be surprised if he scores twice.
I think I'm going to bet the money line too with Detroit and Tennessee. I'm going to take them both -5.
Oh, look at Mariota go! Wow.
So they saw enough of Josh Johnson. They put Mariota back in.
Now I have to leave the room.
Oh,
where's Debo at?
Dave,
Debo,
what do you like in this Philly game?
I think the world is your oyster here, boys. I like it all, man. Gibbs, Barkley, Hurts, 46.5. I'd like to know how they came up with that number. I think that's just not enough at all. I love an alternate total here if these two teams can get going. AJ Brown, Montgomery, even though Brown, it hasn't been the best year for him. I mean, it could happen at any time. It really could. So, I don't know. Give me whatever you want, really. Steve, you said it's a full green light. I couldn't agree more. If I'm going to do anything here at night, it's going to be an alternate total, probably about 52.5 maybe.
All right, late touchdown madness. Ricky Pearsall, Puka Nacua, Xavier Worthy, Isaiah Likely, Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon Barkley. There you go. Full green light game on the Monday night game. We always want you to do your homework. We don't really have our final bets until before that game anyway. But I'll say this. It is the question that will boggle the scientists' minds the most. This is crazier than quantum theory. This is the most unknown question of all time. Perhaps we get the answer tomorrow. But what is the crazier matchup, the better matchup, the worst matchup? We don't even know what to call it. Is it Geno Smith against the Cowboys defense? Or is it the Cowboys defense against Geno Smith? Something needs to give tomorrow night on Monday Night Football.
They got Mariota lined up at wide receiver.
Oh, that was a Debo rush there, first down.
I'm rooting for you, Anthony.
My heart just dropped.
I'm rooting for you, Anthony. All right.
Let's get Debo in for 2.
Let's cue it up to 2 touchdown sounder.
Your questions.
Give us a reason.
As fast as we were going, we're at now at 11:57 a.m.
Oh, Debo, where are you? Where's number 1? All right, he's in the slot.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
Mariota could have walked in.
No doubt.
Well, I don't want him to walk in. I want him to give it to the other guy.
You gotta look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Yeah, number 1. Yeah, that guy.
Give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice. Like,
I'm gonna go get the papers. Get the papers.
How appropriate that the 2 touchdown sounder happening as we need Anthony to
get Bill up.
check box number 2 of 2 touchdown score. Can Debo get in? Mariota
I don't know.
behind center. I think doing play-by-play is illegal.
I thought
you can only
for
do
a second I thought that was Debo. Don't get it. No.
All right, that makes it. Oh, boy.
Rodriguez Jr. is short. All right, I'll give you my 2 touchdown scores first as you guys concentrate on this game. Give me Gibbs. Give me Barkley. Give me Worthy. Give me Christian McCaffrey. I think he could get 2 today. We'd only, why not? All the Rams and Seahawks can score 2, let's be honest. Give me Calvin Ridley, 65-1, or Tony Pollard, 20-1 on different tickets. Give me Khalil Shakir, a sneaky 2 touchdown player today. Jamar Chase, as always. Give me Justin Herbert for 2 sneaky touchdowns today for the Chargers. If not, Aronde Gadsden 2.0. Give me Josh Jacobs for 2 and Justin Jefferson. Nephew Dave.
All right, we're going to go with our primary ticket here. Theo Johnson for 2 today. Rico Dowdle for 2. And we're going to go with DeAndre Swift for 2. And we're going to round that off with a T. Higgins for 2 today.
I do like the T. Higgins receive yards. Very underrated today, T. Higgins receive yards. Anthony, your favorite 2 touchdown scorers besides Debo right now? Who do you want?
Other than the heart attack waiting to happen. Give me actually I know I talked about Jefferson, but give me Jordan Addison. Throw me some Josh Allen. Devontae Adams has been banged up. Not that he can't get 2 touchdowns. Kyron got 2 last week. Fire me up with all of the Puka Nacuas. Also, like I said, Christian McCaffrey, Josh Jacobs. We haven't talked about James Cook. If it's like I said, if it's going to be a shitty weather game, we'll see how shitty the weather is with all my fantastic weather reporting. But they're going to have to rely on James Cook. And the Bills got their asses kicked last week, so fire me up all the James Cook.
It seems like just wind is the issue, not no rain at all these places. At the 4 hot spots of the Northeast and Cleveland.
Well, we'll see what it looks like, I guess, at 1 o'clock. And everyone's talking about T. Higgins, but Jamar Chase.
Knew it was coming.
Dave, your best
Yeah.
bets of the day. Anthony gave basically his list out a few minutes ago. Dave, what do you got?
All right, best bets. We'll go with the quarterback rushing ticket here. We started things off with Marcus Mariota for 40. Yeah, he has 49 at the moment. We got Baker Mayfield for 25. He hasn't been doing that, but it doesn't take much if the Buffalo Bills can come after him today. I don't think 25 is asking too much from Baker. He's certainly capable. And then we're going to pair it with the two old guys, Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers, over half a yard. These guys just have to fall forward. And then we have some winners.
The Commanders held up at the goal line, 4th down. They're going to have to kick a field goal to take the lead now.
They're gonna probably kick a field goal. Unbelievable.
Yeah, they suck.
They suck, Dave. This is your fault.
All right, my tickets are this. I'm going to jump all around here, but I'm going to do it as I did my notes. Arondé Gadsden touchdown. 49ers minus 3.5. Aaron Jones over his rushing yards and for 2. 4 defenses to score today. Houston, Green Bay, Atlanta, and Baltimore. Give me Rico Dowdle for 2. Give me Ty Warren on his Jalen Warren on his reception number 6. Give me Calvin Ridley on his reception number 6. I'll parlay those two together. $15 wins you almost $1,500 on both of those players to get 6 catches today. We have plenty of low hanger receivers in the Bears game. We need to take advantage of. I do like under Jordan Mason rushing yards for him. I do like under Trevor Lawrence 208.5 passing yards for him. Let's see. Ibuka and Shakir both could definitely have good games here. Give me my man Roman Wilson for the Steelers again. Give me T. Higgins. I will take T. Higgins on his receive yards. I'll take Cooper Kupp in the revenge game of the week. Over 36.5 yards for him. Give me Ridley straight up for 2 touchdowns. 65-1. I'll take his over receive yards. They went for it on 4th and goal.
Yeah, went for it. Didn't get it.
So let me get this straight. It's a tie game against Miami with 6 minutes to go, and you don't take the easy field goal.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I don't disagree with it though, because I mean, what are you losing? You're 3-7. You're overseas. I mean, does it really matter?
You gotta take the points.
What I'm wondering is, were they happy that they didn't get it?
Yeah.
Are they secretly trying to lose?
They're going to have to play more now. The Woody Marks over receiving yards. R.J. Harvey over his receiving yards. Tony Pollard over his receiving yards. The Texans under 21.5 points. Nick Chubb under his rushing yards, 33.5. Cam Ward over 5.5 rushing yards for him. Give me the Vikings all line. Give me the 49ers all line. And the regular line for the play of the week, Big Steve lock of the week, the 49ers minus 3.5. I should get 3. Maybe I'll buy it down to 3 if you can get 3 somewhere. Why not? We'll lay 3 on the buy the half a point method there. I think you leaned with the Chiefs minus 4.5, and you lean with the Bills minus 6.5. The upset of the day is the Titans plus 5.5. Teams that can score some points. 49ers, Chiefs, Ravens, and Lions, Eagles combined. That is the super over today. The night game with the Lions and the Eagles with a full green light. It is 12:05. We have overtime to watch. We have games to get going. So we wrap things up for NFL Week 11. How about that? 5 more hours of fun every Sunday morning here on the Round Robin. Thank you, A-Man. Good luck to you today. Continue your winning ways, sir. Nephew Dave, we need a winning ticket from you.
Yes, sir.
And
Dan Quinn and his dumb backwards hat.
I'll try to
Unbelievable.
win some money myself. All right, everyone, you have 55 minutes to kick off Get on your phones and start firing away.
Dave, I'm going to blame you for me losing.
I
for the next
know. I
3
know.
hours.
Good luck, everybody.